Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined as ever by Robbie, See Nuns Run, Bellekom, Sam, Run Nuns Run, Burns, and Ellie, Nuns Bum Nun, Sparrow.
Hell yeah! Bum dem nuns, Phelps. What?
Nuns bum nun. It's part of the vows.
Right.
I presume.
Are they not allowed to bum non-nuns?
I don't know what the
No
rules
bum
are
non-nun.
for nuns.
Nom nom
Like
nom.
what the actual vows are. They seem to vary depending on order.
Of nuns.
Just conscious aware that there is unconscious, or I am aware, that there is some degree of vowing required to be a nun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you nun, you vow no bum.
No bum. None.
No.
I'm reminded of the old dad joke of why nuns travel in pairs, to make sure that one nun makes sure the other nun gets none.
Aww. Or they're lesbians, which feels more likely.
I think there are actually there are probably a number of reasons why nuns travel around in pairs, but
Historically, because they're lesbians, is what I'm going for.
Historically, lots of
Historically,
lesbians.
yes.
Lesbian nuns.
Lesbian.
Yay.
That's adorable.
It's not what I said, but I'll take it.
Lesbian nuns. That's what people say when they want to become nuns. Lesbian nuns.
Lesbian nuns.
And at this point, Lesby peering into the mists of time and demanding, future Jason, when will you learn to do better transitions than this? And also, what messages from the present?
This is future Ellie with messages from the present. Ooh, unusual. Is there something missing in your life? Is that something a print of the word bums artistically rendered in the finest watercolour? How about a gorgeous original wizard tower, hand-painted on a stone, or printed on a piece of paper? Well, do I have the solution for you. I've just launched my new Etsy shop, Ellie Sparrow Art, conveniently just a click away via the link in the description. To be real with you stowaways, I have worked my little bottom off for months and months and months and months to make an Etsy shop, and I'm really proud of it. There's some art that I'm really proud of on it, and I would love for you to go and have a look. And a lot of you have been incredibly supportive when I've posted updates or talked about it or showed my artwork on social media, so thank you. As a thank you for that, I actually have a discount code that you can use. You can use code BUMS, all caps, 1797, that is BUMS 1797, for 10% off for stowaways specifically, because I love you all very much, and you've been really lovely and buoyed me up by being excited about my work, both on and off this podcast, for many years now. So lots of love, fair season, natural 20s. Enjoy the episode. Bums. That was pleasing.
And on that note, it's time to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Nuns. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs.
Why is the intro so
hello.
sexy today? What is happening?
Apparently, today's previously on. will be delivered by Ursan Sabnet, apparently. Unfortunately,
the place we are right now is where there
Delivered by
definitely
Mr.
would
Sexy
be
Sexy
Muzak,
Pants.
right?
oh yeah, absolutely. We're currently somewhere with Muzak, but you know what, Sam? Do you want to deliver? Do you want to try and deliver a previously on in the style of Sabnet?
I can try. All right. Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the party had got themselves into rather a strong predicament in a realm that apparently is based all around the maintaining of laws. Having been travelling through the Ceres Citadel for we're not quite sure how long at this point.
So worried.
Concerning amounts of time.
Oh, indeed. The party have discovered that they will require at least one Grade 1 passport in order to successfully make their way through the entry chambers, leading to the exit gate onwards through the citadel. The party have discerned that this area of this wing of the citadel appears to be governed, well, very strongly by the law.
Appears to be governed.
Well, indeed, appears to be governed. Having emerged in a rather bureaucratic series of officers, they've determined themselves to be in somewhere called the state, and specifically the city within the state. They've managed to successfully blag their way into getting Grade 4 passports. The only condition of Grade 4 passport issuing being that they should not be issued to individuals wanted for outstanding crimes in any jurisdiction.
Well, that's fine, because we're not. As far as I'm aware.
As far as your failed intelligence check is aware, you are not wanted for any crimes.
I wouldn't do anything.
None.
That 3 on the intelligence check did you well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not that smart.
Because, I've been looking for opportunities to use up some of those, truths.
Oh God, they're still going. I forget about them.
Yep.
Yep, it's
I don't.
still the truth if you're just wrong.
How many truths do we have left?
5.
Wow, you've been impressively sparing.
I've been very good at avoiding
Never lying.
but not telling the truth.
Yeah. The Corzin just shook his head, which did count as a lie, but managed to avoid flinching at the sudden pain from breaking the edict. It is not permitted to lie in the passport office, and thus managed to get away with it. And it would appear that the civil servant Bar Singh full on just forgot, to ask Celestia if she was wanted for any outstanding crimes in any jurisdictions.
Probably a really good thing.
Bureaucrats aren't good at bureaucracy.
Celestia inchworming across the office floor was
Like a boredom slug. Yeah.
apparently distracting enough to have
Yeah,
worked.
it would be, wouldn't it?
However, the party have discovered that they will require a Grade 3 passport to transport pets, a Grade 2 passport to transport mundane weapons or controlled substances, and a Grade 1 passport to transport magical armaments and items. Magical armaments and magical items. Not just, any item. Just to reiterate, Bar Singh appears to just be Bar Singh again. A pale-skinned male orc with long, drooping black moustache in teal administrator's robes explains. Very well. In order to acquire a Grade 3 passport, you are going to require... Grade 3 passports may only be issued to Grade 1 citizens. In order to acquire citizenship, you need to acquire the equivalent of 1 month's service credits, or which ordinarily would be acquired through 1 month of service performing basic labour work. If you are able to do the work of multiple days of labour within a shorter period of time, you'll receive credits as if you had worked those days in an unskilled labour fashion, typical to what can be achieved. Now, according to what you've told me, you believe that you can contribute higher rates of service through, and he checks a little note, a little clipboard, construction of furniture, some sort of large-scale mirage that would replace the putting up of posters, watering fields I have down here, Victory nods, and I understand that one of you is a surgeon with magical healing.
That's right.
Very well. It's, depending on your progress will be observed, and I will arrange for you to be escorted out into the city by a magistrate and their enforcers. Once you are in the city itself, a guide will be provided to help get you to the areas where that sort of labour is required. Do you have any questions?
Not here.
Nope. I assume somebody will tell me what they want for an illusion.
You indicated posters, but yes, we'll see what is required.
Posters are cracking. I just wanted to, let me know if there's any specifics other than posters.
Very good. Okay.
Any place I need to go specifically to help people that might be in need of my services?
Yes. Li Sheng, your guide, will direct you to the appropriate areas. He makes a couple of notes on his clipboard. Okay. Yes, you should be good to go at that. Very well. Please exit and make your way down the hallway. Turn left. At the far end, you will see one of the magistrates waiting for you.
Okay. Right.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Corzin, pull me up. I'm still on the floor.
Corzin does so.
Thank you.
Come on then.
I don't know how that worked, but well done.
It's all in the knees.
How did it work? No one knows. Definitely not me.
Corzin is freakishly strong for his size.
He is. But I'm still enormous compared to you. You just pulled me up off the floor.
Yeah, like pulling over your head and behind you so that the feet end up on the floor, but Celestia's bent over in a U shape, and then you just sort of push the head up.
Yeah, you sort of pull her back so that she's up and then back, so she's rocking on her heels perhaps, and then just shove her by the arse upwards so that she's sprung up onto her feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Otherwise, you need some sort of
shove.
and pulley system.
I don't make it easy. I'm a real asshole about it, to be honest.
Just dead weight.
Sort of gone a bit jellyfish.
Yeah. When a toddler has a tantrum and they just sort of dead weight.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Corzin has probably dealt with that.
Okay. We're going to go with... Ooh. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, you head towards the end of... you head out following the directions at the end of a long hallway you see that there is what appears to be an armoured figure, wearing, well, what appears to be a classic sort of combination of plate and chain with a largely obscuring helmet, but notably also long scarlet. It's somewhere between a surcoat and they would be robes, except that they don't cover the arms as such, or and they kind of they're somewhere between, like, I was trying to imagine somewhere between robes, surcoats, and like a priest's stole.
Ooh.
Okay.
In feel.
Got like a big...
Yeah, big long type of affair.
thing.
No arm, but armless.
That sounds cool.
Not a fan of sleeves here, apparently.
Sleeves are bullshit.
I have heard that.
The figure kind of who is taller than all of you, Celestia included, looks down at you and tilts their head inquisitively.
Hello. We were sent to
We would like to do some community service, please.
Yep, we were sent
Some
to
fast-track
do the
community
equivalent
service.
of a month's worth of work so that we can get a grade something passport. What grade is it? I've forgotten.
Did we get to
At
3
least a
yet, or
grade
is this
1.
2?
We have a 3. We need 2 and 1.
No, we've
Oh.
you've got a 4. We've all got 4s. You need a 3.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. What? Help.
As you're discussing this, the knightly figure, who you notice is the first person you've encountered thus far to have a weapon, which appears to be a sword, in a sheath at their belt. Inclines their head, clasps one sort of armored fist and taps it against their chest. Then turns and looks to one side. A series of doors open around the hallway, and several seconds apart, you see 5 more armoured figures, identically garbed, of not identical sizes, but all quite tall and imposing. Step through, and then out of one other door emerges the 7th figure, who, if you thought, who apparently does not believe that sleeves are bullshit, based on the billowing scarlet sleeves that they have. This last figure, a stern-looking human woman, emerges, and she is wearing a curious ensemble that very much is a sort of scarlet and black robe with black boots, black leather gloves that the billowing sleeves kind of go into at the cuffs. I'm just going to grab my reference image just to make sure that I have this right.
Hell yeah.
Here we go. I apologise, I had that slightly wrong. Not black gloves. Black boots, yes, but rather scarlet gloves, around which there are huge black cuffs. The scarlet robes, parts in the centre revealing a sort of black cloth, kind of like inner set of robes. They have around their head a sort of... Weirdly, my mind is going balaclava, but that's not the right word here. It's they have black silk cloth that seems to extend around past their ears, going underneath their chin. So it's like their neck and everything is covered. Their face appears almost like visible and cut out of the black. They have a black hat which slightly flares upwards at the sides. Again, sort of merging into that black whole sort of black magisterial outfit, and they are wearing a sort of gold and red stone necklace that made of multiple sort of almost medallions that join together into a square sort of golden tablet, upon which is written in slightly red glowing lettering what you can read, what you perceive as reading, obey the laws. By the way, this is 100% the judge outfit that Q wears.
I was going to ask you if it was fucking Q.
Yeah.
I knew, literally, I was like,
That's
when he's
what
done
I'm
talking,
seeing
I'm
in
going to
my
ask him
head.
if it's Q.
Yeah, it's absolutely the outfit Q wears in
Hell
Star
yeah.
Trek.
Love it.
I'm so happy I clocked that. Literally, that was going to be my next
adore you.
question. I was like, does she look like Q? It was going to be my first one.
The magistrate the magistrate gives you a cool look with interestingly red irises.
Is she hot? Or is she just frightening? What are we talking?
Really on that.
Why not both?
Kind of really on that knife
The two
edge.
aren't mutually exclusive.
I mean, this is one can be both. This is true.
But you're really
Ideally, one
not
should
sure
be
which
both.
she is.
If I feel in between in my emotions.
Like
okay, fair.
I mean, she's definitely a little terrified. There's definitely some terror there. It's that you just don't know whether it's hit that level where it overpowers the attractiveness.
Yeah. Fair.
Okay, so this is sure, why not? The woman looks forward. As she steps forwards, the knights, for want of a better term, seem to naturally form a formation. Essentially, two of them, a pair flank her either side. The others seem to not exactly surround you, but take up positions that conveniently would make it difficult for you to escape.
That's not threatening.
Greetings.
Hello.
Hello.
I understand that you are travellers and you are seeking citizenship within the state for passport purposes.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, please.
Very well. We will escort you out of the offices and into the city itself. Please obey the laws of the city.
What are the laws of the city?
Yeah,
The
they're
basic-
different.
The basic laws are as follows.
Right.
1. Do not commit murder, defined as the killing of people. 2. Do not commit assault, defined as violence conducted upon another person without unambiguous consent. Exception to Law 2. Violence is permitted in defense of oneself or to defend another being assaulted. 3. Theft is not permitted. Theft is defined as depriving another of their property without their unambiguous consent. 4. The magistrates and enforcers are permitted exceptions to the basic laws in line with the Code of Magistracy. 5. Other exceptions, such as the right of surgeons to inflict harm, are defined by the civil laws. She gestures, and a very thick book is produced by
Okay.
one of the knights.
All right.
This is the current copy of the civil law text.
Bit of a doorstop.
I have a
You
question.
could say that. Yes, speak as we move. She
Okay.
gestures and starts moving, just expecting you to keep up.
Great, not a question where I'm trying to be an asshole, but just in case there's anything weird, what do you define a person to be?
You will find a definition of a person on page 4 of the civil laws.
Right. Can I look?
You do look. So, Walder, let's find a definition of a person. I'm just going to check
This
that.
is partly me wanting to know if they define a person as anything weird, and partly just like, how sinister is this society? I feel like you can probably tell that from their definition of a person, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get like a lot of information on like how frightening this is from what they define a person to be.
Yep.
Yeah, that tracks actually.
Yeah.
Okay. A person is... Really? They're going to go... okay, I'm going to go with the definition that comes to mind for this then, off the top of my head. So, a person, according to page 4 of the civil laws, is defined as any entity capable of rational thought, self-determination, and independent thinking.
Oh, rational thought, that's us out.
Yeah.
You're
Well, I
capable
mean,
of it, you just
capable
don't
of-
necessarily indulge in
Just
it.
don't always do it.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you, that's very helpful. And yeah, I messaged into the other two's heads. Less sinister than I was expecting, actually. That's not the worst.
What if you were to accidentally explode someone? Is that still murder? Like if it's an accident?
That would come under the Code of Slaughter. Depending the exact circumstance... Am I doing the right voice? Here we go, yes. That would come under the Code of Slaughter. The severity, punishment, and guilt associated with the act of slaughter require the determination of a magistrate to appraise the facts of the case. The law will, of course, apply a basic penalty upon conduct of slaughter. However, the full extent of any punishment must first be ratified by a magistrate, according to the civil law.
What's your name?
I am Magistrate Ray.
Cool.
Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
She inclines her head.
What hobbies do you have, Magistrate Rain?
She blinks a little at that. Where my role does not require my full focus, I have been known to enjoy reading and visits to the sculpture and stone gardens.
Sounds relaxing.
Why do you ask?
I'm literally just curious, because people, when you talk to them like this, don't really feel people-y, but as soon as they have a hobby, they do.
I see. Perhaps
Nothing
then
beyond
it
that.
is good that we did not write down your definition of a person.
It's just,
Oh wow, when
To
you
be
put it
fair-
like that. Like, you said feel people.
I
not
wouldn't deign
is
to
people.
think that you weren't a person. I just want to know the person behind the cool outfit, you know? It's more that vibe.
She does not immediately reply to that. Do you have any
Just poking at this
other
point.
questions? We do not have far to travel before we leave the offices and reach the city.
If hypothetically a whole bunch of geese were to appear into existence and then explode, would that be murder? Would you have had time to work out if they were people or not?
There's a brief pause there. Ordinary geese, beyond their magical appearance.
As far as we're aware.
They didn't say otherwise.
Geese are not capable of rational thought, and therefore do not qualify as people, which is perhaps for the best for all of our herders and the entire butchery industry.
Yeah, that's fair. Just check it.
That makes sense.
This lore is at least familiar with geese.
There's a brief... There's another of those tilting of the head moments from Magistrate Ray. Is the unexpected manifestation of geese a common occurrence?
No.
It's
actually.
a more
would
than
not say
0
common,
times
no.
occurrence.
How many times is it now? Once or twice?
I think twice. I think twice.
Yeah.
She glances to one side and one of the knights takes out a small notebook, makes a note.
Oh,
Puts it
challenge
into
to see
a-
how quickly we can get them to fill the notebook.
Geese. It was an accident, by the way. Both times, actually.
She says this with the air of someone quoting. Law is a choice. If there is no choice, then we are into the realms of accidents. The question and the guilt to be ascertained at that point is what precautions could have been taken to prevent it.
Right, because I was going to ask, the magic that presumably governs this place, it can't, prevent anyone from breaking a law, but does it inform anyone if a law is broken?
Within our districts, a magistrate is aware if an edict is infringed upon.
Alright, good to know.
If the law is broken. However,
Seems practical.
law is a choice. To break law is to invite punishment, but the ability to break it always exists. Must exist.
Otherwise, it's just what the other one's doing, isn't it? The Shaper of Will. Otherwise, we'd just be in there today, really, wouldn't we?
Shaper. Pause.
True enough.
Another pause. Two of the knights tilt their heads, and then.
So somebody we met who's quite into mind control.
One of the after a couple of moments, the magistrate nods suddenly. Yes, we have heard a legend of a being by that name. I will inform you that magic capable of suborning another's will is defined as a form of violence and thus prohibited under
Oh,
the law.
yeah.
That's nice, actually. Says the bard with all the fucking mind control spells. So many. Just doing acting to myself.
Now, here we are. After a little journey through the labyrinthine corridors of what appears to be some sort of bureaucratic maze, she leads you to an entry hallway flanked with huge pillars of wood and a pair of green painted doors that open up slightly, and you can see there is there's a woman waiting there for you, a halfling with what has to be dyed carmine red hair, pale skin, and pale rose-coloured robes. She appears in a similar manner to the other bureaucrats that you've encountered.
Cool.
She appears to be wearing sandals, although she does have a satchel, belt, and other sort of pocket-related accessories to carry objects with. No weaponry of any kind, however. She clasps her hands together and bows slightly. Greetings. I am Li Sheng, and I understand that you are the prospective citizens.
Yes. Yes, that's us.
Excellent.
I have a really silly question that I haven't asked. I really should. We're about to be citizens of this place. What is it called?
This is the state.
This just the state?
Yes, I mean, as a whole, it's the states. There is this district of the state, or I suppose these districts might best be are the city, although there are other districts within the walls that serve other functions.
Oh, there are actually some bars in which I'm known as the state, but none near here.
No, you're a state, generally.
No, I'm the state. I'm the biggest state. It's like a title.
Li Sheng laughs at the joke.
Fuck, you might be the first person to laugh at something. Hello! Sorry, you might be the first person to laugh at a joke since we've got here. It's very soothing to me. Thank you.
A lot of the people here in the offices do take their jobs seriously.
Yeah.
However, we do have... we do understand humour here in the state. Oh,
I assumed you did. I just assumed that none of you were reacting to it on purpose.
Many thanks, Magistrate Enforcers. The Magistrate Ray has already given us a slight incline of the head and started moving off the knights around her. The Enforcers similarly incline their heads and actually split off in different directions.
Well, they seem terribly busy and important.
They're, of course, I forget that you are of course new to the city. Yes, that is a magistrate and their enforcers. They are the
big shit around here.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, they are the enforcers, judges of the law. They carry the highest position and the most responsibility above even high-grade citizens.
Fair enough.
Wow.
Where are you in the pecking order then?
Well, I am myself a grade 3 citizen. There are other bureaucrats who are. Well, I see some as high as up to grade 5. There are perhaps some who, at least nominally, are grade 6, but they tend not to work directly in the offices.
So this must be a big place. How many people are here?
Well, I'm not in the census department, but last I checked, according to my last understanding, the total. Do you mean the city or the state as a whole?
Both.
Well, as I understand it, the city proper has approximately. I think we were... It comes and goes depending. I think we're at about 200,000 citizens of various grades. And then the districts within the walls, but further out, I believe we are over 1 million if you count all of them together.
Wow.
Bloody hell, that's a
That's
lot.
impressive.
That's so many people.
Well, of course. The city, the law, and the state bring prosperity.
Great.
Right.
No. Speaking of which, it's time to show you the city itself. Please, come on through.
That's like the equivalent of some small nations back in Calcinea, right?
Yeah, like you are...
Base sorcerer is powerful.
Yeah, you are we're pre-industrial revolution, but post-agricultural revolution.
Yeah.
So we're at
Like, if you were to take the population of Seoul as a whole, it would be like a couple of million.
I think Seoul as a whole would be more than that, because we are looking at
I'm bad at populations. I don't know.
to put for comparison, at the end of the 18th century, which is where you are now, Paris had 650,000 people.
Okay.
Cool.
So this is, and you know, Seoul is strangely comparable to France in its numbers.
Goodness, what a coincidence.
Yeah.
How unusual.
But I should say that the population of Seoul is around the 30 million mark.
Okay. So, yeah, this place is like a small nation, but a nation.
A nation. It's, I suppose, in a sense, it's doing it's doing comparably to, probably comparably to New Altmark and the next 3 to 4 colonies combined.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And as you step out of the wall, the doors, you start to see why. There's a moment of adjusting to the light, but as you do so, you see up ahead. You can see beneath a. Oh, it's giving me both music.
Oh, that's a confusing
That
music,
wasn't
Mitch.
confusing.
Mix
That
for a
was a
second.
confusing switch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Epic, but also lift music.
Yeah.
You see
Epic left.
stretching out ahead of you, beneath a blue sky with distant clouds beyond, are what seem to be miles upon miles of, at first, you think city. And the reason you think that is the walls. Towards the edge of the horizon, you can see where you can just see the end of the wall. A vast sloping earthen structure. You think made of stone, as far as you can tell from this distance, with steps leading up towards it, and faintly patrolling figures gazing outwards from watchtowers. But the walls aren't just at the very edge of this city-like structure. Arranged less in rings and more in districts, cordoned off areas, are huge tracts of land, each of which has their own set of walls guarding and defining them. Interestingly, as you look at them, you can almost see that all of the walls seem to have one outward edge, and one sort of more sloping inward edge. But some of them seem to have been built later, as if the city expanded outwards, wall by wall by wall.
Like a little bullseye.
A little bit like that, but not in perfect concentric circles. It's almost like you can see the very centre of this city. It does feel like a sort of like you do see this original circular wall, and within it, dense, packed streets. Not as dense as somewhere like Alisson, though. There has clearly been some degree of urban planning and thought into how the streets are laid out. But beyond that first circle, you can see places where one segment of wall looks like it was put out first, and then the next segment doesn't perfectly line on like as it would with a ring, but is a little bit further back, and then outwards a bit, and then a little bit further, and then before it seals off, and then the next one is slightly further on. You can almost picture this central city clawing its way outwards, a tract of land at a time, perhaps over decades, over generations even. And every piece you can see, at least from a distance, looks manicured. It's pretty clear what the different districts seem to be. That you can see farmland with fields tilled and sowed like they'd been planned out with a ruler. You see perfectly arranged and maintained irrigation channels, charting water from a river whose from not even one, but as far as you can tell, several rivers that seem to have had their courses diverted to supply the city. There are fields upon fields in one section that just seem to be devoted... Well, actually, rows upon rows of trees in one section devoted to orchards producing fruit. In others, grains. Others still pine. You see what appear to be pine trees cut down in places, but as if sections of the forest had been demarcated, and you can actually see how different trees seem to be growing at almost regimented heights. Like a brutally managed forest land.
Well, this wasn't all that day, was it?
How do you even do that?
Well, organisation and cooperation. The city was built by the citizens. All of this we do ourselves.
Right.
That is what it means to be a citizen, to live here and contribute and to society and reap its rewards.
What are your hobbies?
It's an interesting question. What are your hobbies?
What are my hobbies? I play music. I try and do fire eating, but I burn my eyebrows sometimes.
With the sleight of hand stuff.
Yes.
The coin.
Now do this. I want to do a coin trick.
Okay, roll a sleight of hand check.
It's definitely a hobby because I'm not very good at it. It's not good, which is gonna be funny. It's a 12.
She seems to be nodding a lot. She nods along to your to the comment about playing music. Raises an eyebrow, a little bewildered by the fire eating, and then when you sort of reach out and seem to grab a coin from behind her ear, she reacts suddenly in shock, and you see her, and she goes, "Thick." Oh wait, no.
Oh, no. It's a silly thing. This was a coin I already had.
Oh, it's a trick.
Yeah, it's a silly magic trick, darling.
Oh, sorry. You hear stories about visitors.
What sort of stories?
Snap.
Just sometimes visitors take a while to adapt to law, and sometimes they don't take well to that, and it can be. We've all heard stories of visitors arriving and the magistrates need to be called in.
Right.
Some
Sorry.
people don't take
I
well
didn't.
to it.
Oh, I didn't mean to make you jump. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It looked a little bit like theft, but that's a very amusing trick.
Would. Yeah.
Right, yeah, I can see how that...
The look in her eyes when she says theft, it's a bit like some people would react to cutting a hand off as a phrase.
What does happen to people who break the law? Like, what is the punishment?
I mean...
There isn't just one.
Oh, yes. Oh, I mean... There are certain basic laws. There are certain... the basic ones, it's pretty straightforward. And it really depends on... the magistrates will sometimes will get called in for examining the circumstances around them, but and intent, of course, matters.
Yeah.
But for as do repeat offences. But at the basic level, pain. We've all been, we've all been children who tried to, steal, your annoying sister's toys, and found out what that felt like. But it's obviously it scales when you're older. The more you understand. Very young kids don't tend to get anything because they're not old enough to understand what's going on.
So is there an age at which the law comes into effect for people?
It's more like there's a level of understanding. If you're capable of understanding, then the law applies. It's
Right.
like the law doesn't protect us from beasts or monsters from beyond the walls.
But if you're a small baby and you just go, "Oh, biscuit," you're not gonna they're not. That makes sense to me. I feel like that's a sensible limit.
It's like this.
Because that would be very mean.
It's like the old sayings go. It's like the saying goes: law's choice. If you can't understand the choice, it's not a choice.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no, that music.
Oh, really?
No, but I play the dulcimer myself.
Dulcimers are cool.
Don't think I'd ever try and eat
Also
fire.
pretty.
Feels pretty dangerous.
Oh, it is. It's a really stupid thing to do with your spare time, to be honest. I'm getting better at it, though. Haven't burnt my eyebrows in a while.
It's not a hobby you want to be bad at for any length of time.
Yeah, but you kind of have to be bad at it when you're learning it. I mean, it's about having really easy healing spells on hand, to be honest.
Wait, Sorry, did you say healing spells? She
Ooh,
checks.
are they an unusual thing here?
Pulls up and checks a thing. Oh yes, I have that. I have that on the notes.
I mean, I'm not as good at them as he is. He's a surgeon. I can just do little ones.
We do have access to some forms of healing magic. Yes, is that not common around here?
Well, there is there are potions, but it's not usually. It's not something that's very terribly accessible.
Not so
like
common.
There are stories sometimes of visitors that have it, but it's not. It's certainly unusual. Speaking
I've
of
just put something together in and out of character.
Actually, you say the thing you put out together, and then I'll say the thing I was about to say.
Okay, first of all, have I seen any other spirits since I got here?
Oh, now that you're opening the door,
Right.
now that you haven't really seen.
And
them.
has anyone reacted to mine?
No one has reacted to either of your spirits.
That's what I was thinking.
Are
If
there
there's
any?
no access to, yeah.
Ordinarily, above us, even like looking down at a city from above, and it looks like it appears that the officers are up on some sort of, either up on walls or some sort of raise. Like you appear to be at or slightly above wall level here, and the walls themselves are like are high, like a good like 80 feet high. If you had to make a guess, so you are probably higher up than that. And indeed, as you look down, you can see steps descending down from what you now recognise is a palatial bureaucratic complex that seems to have been built atop, you would guess, a hill that was then stepped down until it got to the level of the city, of the inner circle of the city around it. But even from this height, you would be able to see, like, fluttering around throngs of spirits if you were in somewhere like Alisant or Kyle. The place is not utterly devoid of spirits, but they are few and far between.
Interesting.
There is not. You're not getting. This is not. The spirits certainly do not appear to be anywhere near as common as they are in the rest of Calcinea, and again, it feels like the ones that you can see are almost here by accident, or like
They've wandered in and got stuck.
Yeah, they feel like stragglers more than anything else.
Do I or the rainbow spirit feel weird at all?
No, it's not like being in the. It's not like when you're in the some
like
big giant
anti-spirit
areas
place,
with the anti-spirit stuff. But it does. There's a weird sort of almost desolation to it. It feels empty.
Interesting. I feel like me and Corzin clock this. Like, I clock it like a second after Corzin does.
There is, there are some who carefully, with the appropriate grading and protections and permissions, have been known to practice magic, but healing outside of potions is, and of course the art of the surgeon is, well, it's a thing of stories at times.
Oh, really? Oh,
Right. Just, different here.
So this is, and in fact, I imagine we're actually quite excited about it. I have to say, you all seem like you're. I've heard. It sounds like the places outside, beyond, through the. What is it they call it? The gate that they keep in the centre, is wild and dangerous places. Almost kind of. They say that it's wilder than chaos.
Well, certainly chaotic compared to this place.
Oh!
Yeah.
That would explain your weapons. Okay, well, I know you don't have licenses for those because you're not citizens yet, but...
We are trying for them, though. We're trying to go through a system.
Yes, those are going to need to be peace bonded. One moment,
What does that mean before you do anything?
She takes out a...
To understand the law before you can follow it, what does peace bonding mean?
She takes out what appears to be a set of metal... a ball of metal wire. Right, so I need to wrap this around anything bladed you've got that's not a tool. Anything that is a tool, I need to with a bladed edge. I need to confirm its usage as a tool. Like for instance, that belt knife that looks like you probably what is that? Just for like eating, food preparation?
It's basically a table knife, yes.
Yeah, she measures it with her fingers. Yeah, that's just short enough that you'll be fine, but right, those, she points to Corzin's swords, those definitely, we're going to need to bind those into the sheaths. Now, listen, if there's an emergency, you can, the wire is not thick, you can break it, but we will be aware that the bonding's been broken, and you will need to you're going to need justification with citizen witnesses as to why those came out of their sheaths.
Understood.
What about Jeffrey's ones? Jeffrey can't be a citizen because it's like a child sort of thing where he can't break the law because he can't quite understand it.
He's a monkey. Yeah.
I have. Okay, so I'm aware that the world beyond the worlds beyond the state are very strange.
Yeah.
Is Jeffrey a person or a pet?
I don't see why he can't be both. I mean,
he's a pet. He's a pet.
For the purposes of this place, probably.
He's a pet, apparently.
Yeah.
Right. I'm assuming, based on the fact you haven't done it, that he's not the sort of pet you can put on a leash.
Oh, no, absolutely
Good luck.
not.
He'd probably just chew through it.
Then I'm gonna have to ask you to please take the weapon away from your pet.
Oh, but that's stealing.
You can't steal from a pet. It's not a person.
But he'll get upset about it.
Okay. Whose pet is Jeffrey?
Jeffrey's my pet.
Right. That means you are responsible for Jeffrey.
I'm not responsible. Oh, for Jeffrey, okay.
Right. Okay. If Jeffrey hurts anyone, you are culpable for that, because being your pet, it's your responsibility. She says this with the air of someone talking to a child.
Which, I mean, technically she is.
Scamp is. It is your responsibility to make sure that your pet doesn't hurt anyone. If Jeffrey was a cat that was likely to scratch people, it would be your job, your responsibility to get him declawed. Therefore,
that's inhumane. You can't do that to a pet. That would be like pulling their fingernails out of a person. You cannot declaw a cat in a way that is not cruel.
I need to check whatever I need to check with the veterinarian what the appropriate civil law rulings are for that. However, the point is,
I don't let Jeffrey stab people. That is
don't.
The point.
Yes, obviously, do not let Jeffrey stab people because you are responsible for Jeffrey. And if Jeffrey stabs someone, it is going to be as if you stabbed them.
Oh, I'm not very good at stabbing them. Jeffrey's much better at stabbing than me.
There is the frustration in her face is now starting to blend with a little bit of genuine fear.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Jeffrey, will you be on your best behaviour, please?
No stabbing in here, or Scamp will get in trouble. You like Scamp, right? Yeah? Yeah, I know, me too.
Someone roll your choice of a persuasion or, I guess, technically animal handling, if that's even still a thing.
I mean, I talked. Can I roll persuasion?
Yeah.
Please. I mean, mine's
25.
It's not yours.
Jeffrey begrudgingly holds the spear out to Scamp.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Very mature.
Thank you.
What other weapons does Jeffrey have?
Does Jeffrey have a gun at the moment? I feel like he has one.
He might have a gun.
He had the spear, like a knife, and...
He does have another
possibly a
magical
gun.
sword. He's got some other magical sword that I've forgotten what it does. I need to find out.
He's got like a sword of poisoning or something, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's like a poison sword.
Because the spear is the remnants of Brannigan's blade.
Yep. Scamp, can you roll a sleight of hand check for Jeffrey, please?
Absolutely.
Treat Jeffrey as having proficiency.
Yeah, I think it's on his character sheet. I think that's a 13. It's not great.
Okay. Yeah, so it would appear that your guide, Li Sheng, has not noticed the other bladed weapon that Jeffrey has hidden down the back of his grass skirt.
Cracking.
This is fine.
Because why would you check the back of a monkey's grass skirt for another weapon? That would be an insane thing to do.
That would be a really weird thing to do.
Yeah.
She does.
Or is there it's not hidden, is it? Because it's down the back of a grass skirt, but she just hasn't looked. Because why would you?
That is very
a
much
monkey
in
with
Jeffrey's
one
fate.
weapon is abnormal. With 3, that's just like absurd.
She seems to relax a little now that you've taken the weapon off the monkey.
I do have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I've rolled a couple of dice to see if it's worked, and it definitely has. I rolled real high. Celestia's quietly getting a little bit pissed while this is going on.
Okay.
It's hit that point in boredom where she's just been taking little sips of whiskey. I also rolled a really good performance check for pretending not to be pissed, so it might not become apparent for a while, but that started happening in the background. just really can't cope with places that have rules like this.
Right.
She's not crazy pissed yet, but she is a bit.
Okay. So.
Also smoking like a chimney.
First things first, then. We're going to need to get you a series of... we're going to need to take you to the places where you can be doing the most good. I have some notes as to skills that you have, and okay, I've really got to ask, what are those she gestures to Corzin's multiple firearms.
Oh, okay.
Do you not have those here?
I mean, given the timing, I'm just doing a little mental check of this. Timing, distance. No, they don't. So she goes, no.
Okay.
I'm going to see if
you
she's
have,
heard any
crossbows?
legends.
What did you say, Bobs?
Do you have crossbows?
Yes. Think of
It's
it,
like
there's
that, but louder and with a bit more fire, and it is a little ball instead of a big stick.
In the right circumstances, they would be classified as tools.
But they can be used as weapons, and that's their primary function?
I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
And, okay, so you said they're like crossbows. They rely on ammunition?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that ammunition stored in any pouches or containers?
Typically.
I'm gonna need you to tie those with the bond wire as well, please.
Right.
Thank you.
Corzin
Okay,
will
you
do so.
all seem that you sir, certainly, and I guess what was it you called it? Monkey? Jeffrey?
Jeffrey.
Seem to be, I assume, capable of violence. Looks around.
Well, everyone's capable of violence, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well,
Right,
technically, yes. I should say that capable at violence.
Oh, like good at violence. Different thing.
Yeah.
She looks very uncomfortable with this.
Capable, yes. Inclined, no. Proficient, certainly.
So, where you come from, what sort of role or job do you do that requires you to have that proficiency in violence?
We travel a lot, and there's lots of big, dangerous creatures around.
That's true.
We go on the seas, on boats, and move things
Largely
around.
it's for protection.
Yeah, I mean, do you have soldiers here?
Soldiers. That's the term for. Well, we have the defenders, and obviously the enforcers.
Huh.
Similar in some ways.
The defenders are usually guard. Defenders you usually find on the outer walls, actually, when they're on duty or in training. It's not. Well, I've heard stories about sometimes them needing to fight back things from the wilderness.
Well, it's like that. You know, I mean, if you're in
That
the
is
middle of
broadly
the
what we
sea,
do.
like, and there's nothing else around, you have to be good at violence, because otherwise things can come up from the sea and, you know,
Get you.
chew your face off.
She touches
Or
her
destroy
own
your
face
city.
in mild concern. Oh, right. So, like some of the real creatures of chaos, then.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, we've never seen one of your creatures of chaos, but it sounds similar.
No. What do your creatures of chaos look like?
Oh, I mean, all sorts of shapes and sizes. So I've heard. I don't go beyond the walls.
Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't see one on purpose, would you?
No.
No.
I
They don't
remember.
look like me, do they?
I remember. Wait, what?
People have described me as that before.
Celestia chokes on a mouthful of smoke.
I mean,
Sorry.
well, there was. I have heard one story of a creature that, kind of like you, that came out of the wilderness.
Oh yeah.
But there was a drawing of it someone did. Not like you, like a person though. Sort of like.
Okay.
Well, honestly, like, no offense, but I've never actually met anyone like you or your friend, sister. Oh, right. Well, yeah. Before you both have remarkable appearances.
You don't get many tieflings around here, then.
Yeah. Oh, is that so? That's the word. I see. Where do you come from? Do you have a creature? It's called a goat.
Oh, now that is a creature of chaos.
We have been known to see goats sometimes where we live, yes, but only in the most strange and wonderful myths and legends you come across such a creature as a goat.
Roll a deception check, please.
Up mountains, hills,
Fucking
and
watch
trees.
me. Come on, it's got to be good. It has to be. Oh, fucking bite me. It's really good. Deception. What is it these days? It's a 23.
Jeez.
I just hold it.
Blinks
My
for a
like
moment.
ever so slightly drunken glare and blow a smoke ring.
Are you day drinking?
No.
You're not by a don't lie thing, so it's not. So it doesn't impact you.
Do I get a deception check, or is that
I
a
think
lie?
I think she doesn't pursue it, but she does say, I mean, if that's what they're like where you're from, maybe that explains a few things. Here, goats are quite small. We breed them as farm animals for meat, milk, and sometimes their fur.
Oh, very different. Yeah.
But the one that tried to come over the walls was larger than the wall,
fucking hell.
and it's
a giant thing.
and they said that it could that it had 3 heads, and one of them could spit like molten stone, and one it was like strange bolts of bright light, kind of almost like you get in a storm, and then the other one was just like black clouds that burn that burnt the flesh off the defenders who came too close to it.
Wow.
Oh, they sound like particularly bad goats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, but the obviously the legend still stays. So sometimes, very rarely, they'll send defenders, small groups of defenders who are particularly brave or particularly, as you say, proficient at violence, out to try and scout. To sort of range out there and scout for threats of that type, and get them before they come to the walls.
Well, that is something akin to what we do.
Yeah.
Oh,
There are things in common, definitely.
But if you want us to be quick and useful, then healing and delusions and making some stuff is a safer bet.
Oh,
yeah,
definitely.
it's not just where our strengths lie, I should add.
right.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I fucking love days where there's not violence, to be honest.
Oh well, of course. Who
They're
doesn't?
my favourite.
You're not. I mean, except people like pugilists.
What are they then?
They're
Pugilists?
Corzin just sort of mimes putting up fists and punching.
like people who fight for fun.
Sport.
Huh.
It's strange, but
It's a hobby, I guess.
not
There
against
used
the
to be an
law.
amateur league in Barnacle Point once upon a time.
Huh.
Never took part myself, but went to see it a couple of times.
Well, let's get you down to your different places. So I have a placement for someone with a furniture, with a carpenter's for some furniture
or
production.
I can just anything really. If you want stone changing shape, or I can do whatever you like.
What, really? Anything?
Nearly. And if you've got someone who knows what they're doing, I can pretty much make most things if they're not too big. If there's someone to help me, I can make things that are more complicated.
So, she thinks quickly. So if you had the supervision of, say, like an architect and some masons, do you think you could, like, do construction work on a house?
I can only do like 10 feet cube at a time. Or 8 connected 5 foot cubes, if you prefer.
That's... Right, but how long does it take you to do something like that?
10 minutes.
How long can you work for in one go?
Let me have a think. I'd say I've probably got an hour or two in me.
Okay, yeah, there's
A lot that could be made in that time.
That's actually really impressive, you know.
Wow.
And I have, according to here, you can do... Someone you can create... if I have this right, illusions within a... Is that a square mile?
Yeah, they'll last a week. I can't do longer than a week.
Flip me over a table. Sorry for the swearing.
I mean, buy me dinner first, shall we? Sorry, I just spoke without. Is that unlawful?
No, it's just it's considered impolite in some areas, but it's all good. Just maybe don't say that to any grade 5 citizens you don't know.
Will they bite my face off?
No, but
Or will they fuck me over a table? That's the question.
Only if you ask nicely.
Buy them dinner first.
All those grade 5 types can certainly buy you dinner at the right sort of places.
Oh, they fancy types.
Are they the fancy ones?
Hmm.
So a higher grade citizen is a more fancy one, but a lower number of passport is a fancier one.
That's confusing. That's a strange system.
The passport grading was around before the citizenship grading came into existence. As far as I understand, it was modified to account for the later systems, and plus she looks either side, leans in. Between you and me, everything above grade 3 is all frippery anyway.
Frippery.
Right,
That's a good word. I like frippery.
Would it be surprising to you to find that it's the same elsewhere too?
Well, I assume you must have some things similar, This can't be the only civilized place in the world.
No.
Definitely not. What were you going to say there's no need for?
Frankly, everything up to grade 3 citizenship covers requirements under the law.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, they put in the recognition of the higher grades, but they don't actually there's no restrictions that require you to be higher than grade 3. A magistrate can be elected if they're grade 3. Everything past that, people just... But I'm talking out of turn.
We won't tell anyone, promise.
Again, she leans in. Fact is, all the citizenship grades rely on the same principle. citizenship credits. And it is right that people who do more valuable work should get more credits, but the higher grades, it feels like, are just there for excuses to be, what's their term? Did you say fancy?
Yeah.
Like, what does it matter whether or not you're a grade 1 citizen or a grade 6 citizen as to whether you can go to a restaurant?
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Are there like
that
places that only
seems
let
to-
in above a certain grade?
There's no law against it, but it is the law that the proprietor is allowed to decide who enters their place of business.
Right.
So, I don't know. I heard once that, if you go back 300 years ago, there wasn't even a grade 4.
What was there then?
Oh, grade 3.
Right. Oh, so it's just they keep adding numbers?
Aye.
Extra privilege numbers. Would I be right in thinking that it's slightly arbitrary what counts as more work after a certain point?
It's not.
But, like, if we're going there, right, the reason I have a bunch of power is essentially random. Like, don't get me wrong, I have also built my skills over a while, but the reason I have it in the first place is essentially random chance. And because I can do these things, I can do, like, a month's labour in a day, so technically if I were to live here, I might be able to work my way up quite quickly. But that's basically random chance, it's not, like, skill. Do the skills get a bit like that?
As you're talking, she started descending you down the long stairs.
Oh yeah, no, I imagine we're still walking. Yeah.
Rather than having this conversation right in front of the.
Also, I'm kind of imagining that we're slightly hushed.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing it because microphones, but
Yeah.
like, yeah.
That is a conversation for a tea house at the end of the day. But
Sounds fun.
what I would say to that is, citizenship credits can be transferred between citizens.
Oh.
Like money?
After a fashion, yes.
Huh.
Ooh. That could be a problem.
Doesn't
And
that leave
it's
it
a-
way open for corruption?
You know, it's very impressive actually, because you'd almost all convinced me you had something fair going on. That's never true with these things, is it?
She scowls a little at that.
Very civilised of you all. 10 points.
And is it fair where you're from?
Oh,
no, not
absolutely
remotely.
not.
You were just
I was
talking
just
like it was
interested,
here. Always funny when people think they're doing better.
You can't compel someone to give up credit, but sometimes people can make bad or ill-informed choices,
That makes sense.
and there's no law against that.
You can't compel someone, but you can persuade them, right?
Aye?
In the normal way, not in a...
So the
Yeah.
well, yes, like not like some sort of strange mind-wielding enchanter or something.
Yeah, none of that shit.
That would be such a crime. She
That's something at least.
pauses for a moment, glances back at you all suspiciously, but then continues. Anyway, we're going to move on towards some housework. You, you said it lasts a week. Okay, I think I know what's going to work with you. Just to check, your the illusion you can produce. It's not going. Does it just vanish after that week?
Yeah, basically.
So there's no. Doesn't leave any rubbish behind.
I don't think so.
Not that I've ever seen before.
No, I think it just goes. Well, while it's there, it does all the senses. Like, you can touch it like it's really there, and you can hear it and smell it and all those things. But no, I don't think it leaves anything behind.
Okay, I think I know someone who'll be interested in that, especially because you're going to save them some labour costs in clearing it up. Littering is strongly discouraged, after all.
Of course it is.
And I have... Okay, crop watering. Glances around. Victory shrugs a little. I mean, yeah, like... After I've got a couple of things I can do with... Some of it you'll need to wait until it thaws, because it's actually more like ice. But some of it I can just pick up water and move it around. Right, we'll have a word with some of the farmland overseers, and healing, and of course surgery and healing will take you to speak to the Surgeons Academy, and they're probably going to have you do. They're just going to take you through your through basic certifications, see whether you know your stuff, and then get you to where you need to go. As I understand, there might be no violence in the city, but there are still industrial accidents.
I mean, people are people. Fair.
Accidents happen.
Yeah.
Yep. Axes slip, all of the like. And of course, the defenders and their training sometimes gets a bit out of hand if they're not careful. To say nothing of returning defenders. Right. Let's see. So, I'm going to get you started first. And she gestures to says, and we're gonna do to sort of hand wave over some bits of this, and we'll do a short scene with the three of you in turn. So the Scamp, I'm going to say, she takes you to a series, to what appear to be a series of houses in one of the, not the very centre of the city, but one of the midway districts. Still urban, though, and in places where the housing is by no means bad, exactly. These are not slums, but you definitely get the feeling that cheaper materials are used. There is less finish to some of the stonework, and and some areas. There is a sense that these houses are not built to last as long as some of the ones in the centre, towards the main city proper. And I'm going to say that you are led to a wiry orc gentleman with. He's done the best he can to sort of like neatly comb his hair, but he's just got one of those hair textures that is unfortunately both very flat, has no volume, and is greasy.
Oh
dear.
It's like a black mop, like almost like plastered to his skull, and hanging down a bit. Okay, we're going to say that this is the. He looks up with some recognition of sorry, grab my name, Li Sheng. And like a number of people, as you pass through, as you're used to in most places, you are as a group attracting attention. Master, the orc does, however, look up recognition of Li Sheng, and calls out, "Sheng, we got business from on high. I'm really hoping that you've got." Sorry, what was that? Didn't you hear my own voice?
Just said hello. That's all.
You're an odd sort. These are visitors here for citizenship work. Blooming heck, you're telling me the gates opened? Yes.
Does that not happen very much?
Not.
It's been a decade since the last time it opened, and then there was blooming violence.
Oof. We're hoping to avoid that. We're planning to avoid that.
We're quite nice, promise.
I'm very glad to hear that. You can see that the orc in question, who Li Sheng introduces you to as Master Gord, is wearing what appears to be a workman, sort of, a much more practical outfit than Li Sheng's bureaucratic robes. He has just trousers, tunic, a craftsman's belt with hammers, saws, and also you notice a series of plans that are laid out on a table. He's currently looking up at a series of, frankly, what appears to be a construction site. You can see that a series of the houses here appear to have recently been pulled down, and pieces of lumber, stone tiling and the like have been stacked up. A little bit of early foundation work has been started in places, and maybe some initial scaffolding, but not a whole lot. Right. Good. So I was kind of hoping for more, for that we'd get assigned a larger crew. I realise that there's been higher priority calls in some of the other, in some of the grade 3 districts, but we do all have a responsibility to provide housing. Sorry, that's the wrong accent. But we do all have a I realise that there's been calls for provision of stuff in the grade 3 districts, but we do all have a responsibility to provide housing for everyone. Don't worry. I think I have a solution for you. May I introduce, was it
Yes.
I actually don't know. Yes, no, you did all introduce yourselves.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes. I'm so sorry. My mind is just giving me Jeffrey because you spoke about the monkey so much.
We did do that. Hello, I'm Scamp.
Scamp! That's a funny name there. But you look like a bit of a scamp, so that makes sense. Right. Do you have any... do you happen to have any skills beyond,
Yes.
or is this basic labour? Oh, okay, right.
But I will need someone to tell me what to do. But if you can guide me through making buildings, I can do it really well. I got a bit of magic things.
You can see his face is falling with every word you're saying until you mention magic. Oh, so you're a trained magician.
Half of that.
All right. Well, what sort of things are we talking here? Like, can you do moving, shaping type things, or?
If you give me a 10-foot square or 8 by 5 by 5 squares, was that it? That sounds right. I know how my magic works. That's a lie. And tell me what you want in it, and give me the materials. I'll put the thing in it. I'll make it a thing. Tell me how it should go, and we can make a thing.
All right. This is a little odd, but let's see what we can do.
Yeah, it's
with
really
that.
hard to explain until you see how it works. But if you show me a bit that needs doing, that's those sort of measurements.
Well, I mean, we're at the stage with like this over here. We're just laying stone foundation, so a lot of it's already been cut. It's more just about getting the stone. There's a lot of lifting, a certain amount of lifting to do. We just got to get the stone out from here and then down into these positions with careful placement as I dictate. But I think we should be able to do this.
Let's do that. Tell me where they should go, and we'll put them there.
Out of curiosity, shape stone. I'm just looking at stone shape. It's okay. No, that's more fine work. All right, fabricate is gonna be the thing. So
if you want a stone floor, fabricate's going to be our friend.
So he describes what he wants and kind of shows you the partially completed foundation that's already that's up in the building house next to it. And because you have an example that you can directly draw on, he watches with some bewilderment and then open awe as huge blocks of stone come up and split themselves to the dimensions that he requests, flying into place, sinking with perfect precision. And after about 10 minutes of work, he pauses, scratches his chin. Is it just stone, or can you do wood as well?
Stone, wood, metal.
Tiling?
It does. What are tiles made of? I don't see why not.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
You and I, my friend, I think are going to have a very productive day. And you know
I can do it 14 times, but then I'll need a very long nap.
And it's more, and you're limited by your area, if I get this right. All right.
Yeah, as long as you've got enough material, I don't see why not.
Okay. Right. Just out of curiosity, what's the sort of, like, how fine a finish can you get on this sort of stuff?
Pretty fine.
So,
if the materials are good, then the finish tends to be better.
He snaps his fingers at another labourer who's been, like, moving wheelbarrows, but has stopped and just stared in wonder at what you're doing. Rel, get me the sample pieces from. Get me the sample fretwork. I think we're going to get. We have the opportunity for a quality upgrade we wouldn't normally bother with. As Lisham leads the rest of the party off, you work together. You basically spend the next 3 to 4 hours, because Master Gork does definitely insist on a lunch break. working through and reshaping the housing. I am going to ask you. This is magic, so charisma. Can I ask you for a charisma check? You don't. What skills do you innately possess? Or training do you innately possess? Like what tools?
Tools. The only thing I've got is disguise kit and artist tools.
Yeah, and gunsmithing, I think, is one of your skills.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got a bit of
but that's less immediately useful. All right, but no, you're doing it under direction of an expert. And
yeah, I think there was a thing specifically with Friend that I could do it if there was an expert to help.
Great. Can I ask you to make a charisma check with a proficiency bonus of 5, please?
Cool.
Oh, not brilliant. That's only an 18.
Yes.
I rolled an 8.
Okay. So I would also like you to...
I'm very charismatic.
I'm also going to ask you to roll 2d100s, please.
Oh no, I knew that was coming.
Oh
No
dear.
problem.
And your tides reset.
It's a 70 and an 89.
Okay. No matter what happens... no. Okay, this is interesting. You...
That's a great.
There are 2 futures. In both of them... blindness will come.
Oh no.
One is constrained to you, and one is not.
I will stick to the just me because I feel like it's just I can't be a problem here.
Okay. In fact, actually, because we're not in combat, I'm going to tweak this a little bit. So I'm going to say it's not even blindness. It will, to anyone or to everyone is to you or to everyone does apply though. So can I ask you for another D100, please?
Oh boy.
11.
Okay. Sure. Why not? Around about over the course of the rest of this sort of like half day of work, you basically you basically help them complete 2 houses. These and when I say houses, like they're like terrace type houses with a degree of subdivision within them. This area has the feeling of being like built to house a large, quite a few people within a small area. Again, not quite hitting slum standards, but there is a sense of packing people in a bit. However, seizing on some inspiration, Master Gort gets you sample pieces of much higher quality in finish than a lot of what he's got what he's been able to manage. So for instance, the stone tiling is that you put together in floors is more polished, more finished. in places even patterned, albeit limited to the type of stone that he's got available on hand. So the patterns are subtle, but because he does happen to have 2 slightly different coloured sandstones, you are able to put decorative patterning in every on every stone floor. Similarly, there's enough variation in the types of wood that you're able to do similar tricks. He's able to get pots of varnish on hand and gives you sample pieces that are carefully that are both well polished and decoratively fretworked. Upon realizing that you can manage furnishing so long as it fits in, he gets bolts of cloth, and then after realizing what he can do, basically very cheap. It's not even ground up, just basically rocks of ochre, of red ochre, or just wheelbarrows full of brightly coloured or darkly coloured berries to serve as dyes. By the time you've done, you have essentially created 2 blueprinty little terrace houses to a with some frankly very impressive internal finishings and appearance for the limited materials you've had to work with.
Huh. Look at that, we made a thing.
You're blooming right, we made a thing. And
I don't get to do that much.
Could I persuade you to stay?
Unfortunately, I'm worried you could. But you shouldn't.
I'm just saying, especially if you're willing to work out down here in these districts, I'm going to need to write you up a labour chitty and make sure you get paid for this as well.
I just need. Yeah. Why aren't I doing this?
I mean, you tell me, why aren't you doing this? Oh, as I say, you're welcome to stay here and do this.
Because there's a big monster trying to kill everyone. And
he looks
lots of people can build houses slowly, but you can't. Those people couldn't slowly kill the big monster. I guess.
Let's take another lunch. You know what? Come sit down for a moment and... the my accent's wandering today. Come sit down for a moment. We'll have another lunch break.
That's a terrible disease, that one.
Aye.
Wandering accent.
A few people with that one.
Remind me of the Witchfinder from...
Yeah. We'll have another cup. Let's get you another cup of tea and a bit of bread and something. And let's have a... Because I feel like there's something to talk about here. Now, where did I put that tea? There we go. Right, I'm going to set this cup... Scamp?
Oh,
what
dear.
the...
Oh, no.
He's looking at you at where you are. Would you say at this moment you are standing or sitting?
Probably sitting.
He looks at where you're sat in confusion and then horror for a moment. Scamp! Scamp! Runs over and hesitates for a moment, holding his hands, and then tries to grab hold of your shoulders and shake. You don't feel his hands connect with your shoulders, but you do notice something shakes and little crumbling brown pieces of something come loose from your shoulders.
Oh dear.
He isn't reacting to you at all. What do you do?
Oh no.
Oh no.
You feel you hear a sort of sound, and he looks behind you, like behind and slightly below you in horror, stumbles back, and puts like his hands to his mouth. Oh, laws and the state. What's happened? What's going on?
Oh, no. What has happened? I'm gonna try moving around.
You instinctively stand up, take a step back. You don't knock over the chair. You pass straight through the chair, and you see, from sort of the neck down, a perfect sort of simulacrum of you made out of red earth.
Ow.
Like, just dirt, loam. You imagine your head was part of it, but it looks like when he tried to shake your shoulders, it tumbled backwards and fell off.
Oh, I feel so
and now
sorry
there's like
for
a
this
half
man.
smushed head out of dirt, like
well,
broken
at least
apart.
it's just me.
Oh,
Have
this
you
guy's
created a
bad
terracotta
day.
scamp?
It's more like someone sculpted you just out of like fresh loam.
I'm gonna try and use mold earth to write hello on myself.
As you kind of
Wow.
reach down to touch the earth, you feel yourself. You suddenly realize you can feel the air against your skin, and the weird dirt to you gets hello written across its chest just in time for Master Galt to sort of blink and look at you in shock. Oh, Napoleonic, you're back.
Oh, I am. Yes. Sometimes weird things happen. Turns out, chaos is kind of built into me a little bit.
He looks at you. When you say the word chaos, he looks genuinely afraid for a moment.
Yeah. That's, I think, why I can't stay here.
Right. Kind of looks between the weird, half-destroyed Ursat's you and the houses. Like he's genuinely on a knife edge of uncertainty.
Some days it's making houses, and sometimes it's making geese that explode. That's kind of the problem.
That does sound like...
Sometimes it's poisoning everyone that's near briefly. Like, there's some
What?
bad ones. Yeah. It can be a problem. But I'm
Is
getting
that-
better at keeping it from being too bad.
Is anything going to happen? Is anything going to happen to the houses, though?
No. Once I've
Like,
made
the
a
houses
thing,
aren't going to turn
those
into
are
geese and
fine.
explode.
No, those are fine. It's just sometimes weird stuff happens by accident. But the stuff I do on purpose, that sticks around proper.
Napoleonic. He
Yeah.
sits down, drinks the tea, realizes... Blooms. I forgot to put... That was your one. I'll make you another. Listen, I don't know what that... I feel weird about moving that, but it's really disturbing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna like use mold earth just to make it not a thing anymore. Because that is horrible.
He looks at you with vague disconcertment as you kind of crumble the effigy of yourself.
Yeah, it had to be me to do this, didn't it? Otherwise, it's just even weirder.
Yeah. Yeah, have some fruitcake.
But hey, maybe I'll come back through this way when the outside the rest of the places I've got to go aren't quite so urgent. I could make some more houses.
I mean, listen, the houses are good, and don't get me wrong, I would love to keep you on staff, but I think you've basically just done. If we put the equivalent of finishing work together, I have no problem in signing you off. At least a month's service here, but probably closer to a month and a half, honestly. Like, because we could have gotten those up in. Maybe we could have gotten those up in a couple of weeks, but I would have. Honestly, I probably would have. It would have taken a team.
I don't want to take jobs away from people, though, either. That sounds like a bad thing to do.
You know, it's funny. That makes you sound like some of the. In that, you sound a bit like some of the stories they tell of the founder. Well,
the founder?
The law bearer. The original one.
Oh.
I said when... this is ancient history now. Hundreds and hundreds of years back. They said that when the lawbearer came and founded the city, they tried to do everything.
Huh.
And they said that they raised the first city themselves. They could conjure up walls from the earth, create food and water, shape everything in their sight. They could give their people anything except purpose.
Yeah, that's kind of a big important one, really, isn't it?
It's one of the old say. It's funny, actually. I know that glances to side to side and leans in a little. These days, especially if you listen to some of the high graders, they use it a bit like a dirty word. Freedom. But the old stories say that the lawbearer founded the city on freedom and against it.
Is the lawbearer not still around? You talk like they're not still here doing their thing.
He frowns a little. Are they? No one's... The lawbearer hasn't done anything in centuries. I mean...
That's worrying.
They say that the edicts come from the lawbearer, but the magistrates are the ones who enforce it. They're the ones with the edicts. They're the only ones who can change the edicts. And they say that the lawbearer chooses not to act, but shakes his head. Sometimes I wonder, like, right, of course you're a visitor. Well, I think after this you'll be a citizen, but you're new. You don't know the way that the laws work.
Nah.
the lawbearer is the one who laid down the basic laws.
Right.
And they were the only laws that they laid down. Everything else, well, apparently some of the very early civil laws they laid down themselves, but they're the sacred ones, as it were. They said they are the ones who started it off, and they said, and the lawbearer can't even propose changes to the law. They have to ratify them, but as far as I know, they've rubber-stamped every change except an attempt to change the basic laws.
Huh.
They said that
I'm worried.
Sorry?
Well, I'm worried by all this, honestly.
Yeah.
This is concerning.
It's better than not. It's better than chaos, but I feel like I listen to stories. I listen to the stories that Minan told me of how the city used to be and how it used to be in Hernan's time and all the way back. And sometimes I feel like we've lost our way. Like we've gotten so... Sometimes I just wish the lawbearer would come back and change things. And because I know the point is that we should change, is that we should make our own laws. But, and again, he really lowers his voice and he almost whispers. Sometimes I think the bloody civil laws are bad laws. Not all of them, but... And that's before you get started on the laws that aren't laws.
Oh boy.
I've said too much.
No, you're alright.
No, I've... Oh, I don't think you're going to tell anyone, but... People listen, people watch, they get judgy.
Huh.
Anyway, what I'll say is, you strike me as someone who can do things. And you're right that people can build houses ourselves, and we do, and there's great pride we take in them. But sometimes I think systems forget that they're there to serve people, and not the other way around.
Yeah.
Because I should have had labour assigned to sort this out weeks ago. Listen, if you want to do some differences that other people can't make, or at least that would take a long time, I don't know. There's big things. For me, I'd say they've been trying to get the latest extension to the wall done for donkey's years. Do you have donkeys where you come from?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're like horses, but more grumpy, right?
Yeah. Well, they've been trying to get the latest extensions to the wall done for donkey's years, but the problem is access to water, of all things. They've been talking about diverting a sixth river to try and provide it, but the nearest river is out in the wilderness. If you can do stuff like that, he gestures to the houses. I don't know. Maybe you could help out with that. We can build walls. We can even divert rivers. But there's danger out there.
Yeah.
And if the city won't divert the resources to do it, maybe a nudge in the right direction could help. Now, finish up your tea. I'll butter you some more fruitcake. And have you got somewhere? Have you had lodging arranged?
No. I was just going to have a little nap, like here, honestly, after this, because quite frankly, I'm tapped.
Right, well... Bloody hell, Lee Shong. Okay. Sorry. Very bad swearing. You know what? We've just got 2 new houses. How about I get some overnight cots, and you take a nap in one of those?
That would be amazing, thank you.
Right. And we'll check in on what the pair of you are up to.
Anyone fancy a revolution? Little revolution as a treat.
A little one as a treat.
Just a little one.
A little
Just
one.
a little bringing down of a corrupt system. Where's the law bearer?
A little,
Are they
do
trapped
you
in their
hear
own laws?
the people sing as a treat, a little one?
Shall we bring a little chaos so that the law bearer may be free?
After these, no doubt important messages.
Here at Bao Singh's Builder Bungalow, we take home building seriously. All dwellings constructed by our highly skilled team of experts conform to the most rigorous of modern building standards regulations. Our materials are sourced from the highest quality suppliers, and if you're not completely satisfied, it is our pledge to make good any alterations with our own silver.
And welcome back. So, you, after seeing Scamp get settled in with their side business in...
Bye, I'm a flashback.
The construction industry. The Celestia, Corzin, and the rest... you calling the rest? Shut up, you're an NPC.
Isn't talking to yourself if you're in character at the time?
Oh no, the NPCs
Right,
are rebelling.
tell us. Why I'm asking you to do this, but there we are.
It's but moving back into a more diegetic friendly narration. Celestia, Corzin, Victory, and the rest, because there's too many damn pets. There's only 3, but anyway.
They're not even all here.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't put Stormy is hopefully
Stormy's
okay.
fine.
If you murder my cat while I'm gone because we didn't know how long we'd be away, you're the worst DM ever.
That would be fair. It just depends on how.
It's fine, just drinking a lot of coffee.
Yeah,
She's eaten so much. She's gonna be so fat by the time we get back. She's gonna be so fat on sausages.
I do not have any. I don't know whether how angry or lonely or overfed or happy Stormy is going to be when you get back entirely depends on whether Squintworth has enough presence of mind in a very literal sense to give her belly rubs and scritches behind the ears.
I hope she gets belly rubbed. She'll be so sad without. You're a monster.
To say nothing of monsters. Now, However, the rest of you make your way through the streets of the city, guided by your guide, Li Shun, the carmine-haired halfling administrator. As you make your way through the town itself, the city itself, for that matter, I'm going to say that you encounter a wide variety of different sorts of people, as you might expect from a city of this size. Generally fairly in line with what you've come to expect from a cosmopolitan Jovan city, but with a healthy Haldanic population as well. Humans, orcs, hobgoblins, goblins, bugbears. I would say you don't see any. Obviously, halflings. One notable thing is you don't spot any. You don't spot any gnomes.
No gnomes.
So gnomes are a distinctly missing factor. No sign of tieflings either. You do think you spot. You do spot in the distance once or twice a half elf, and you think you even catch sight briefly of a dwarf. It's not just people on the streets either. Apparently, that as might have been hinted by the existence of the Grade 3 passport, there are pets, mostly of classical domesticated types. There are any number of cats, there are dogs, ranging from a little terrier to a big old bloodhound that you see walking behind an orc at one point, to a lot of some people like there are a number of colourful birds. One person has a pig on a leash.
Oh.
Does it have a name tag?
Or is it... Oh, I mean, these are both important questions. Does it have a name tag, and is it a big pig or a small pig?
It appears to be a breed of dwarf pig. And the busty halfling woman, although it is, it's a dwarf pig, so it's normal pig-sized almost by comparison to the busty halfling who is leading it on the little.
Good name for a pub.
Yeah.
Yes. A very good name for a pub.
You see her kind of feeding. Like she stops at one point, feeds it a little truffle, and then they carry on.
It's an expensive pet.
Indeed, that busty halfling woman does appear to be quite well dressed compared to many of the other people on the streets. Most people are wearing various fairly simple tradesperson's clothes of different varieties. There are some who seem to be walking around in styles that in some cases ape the sort of Mandarin-esque administrator's robes that you see Li Shun wearing, or indeed seem to almost approach, though no one actually wears anything that could be very obviously mistaken for the robes of magistrate. And you do see one walking past along a different street. There is a small gap around them as they move, flanked by 3 of the armoured enforcers. They don't interact with you, but much like Magistrate Ray, you do see that they have one of those little metal plates with softly glowing wording marked on it.
What does it say?
Roll me. They're on different streets, so roll me a perception check, please.
Okay, roll you an eyeball check.
Can I roll as well?
Don't
Yes.
know where anything is. Perception. That's a 16. Probably not high enough on the street.
That's a 24.
Okay, 16 isn't quite high enough. You can tell that there is writing. Corzin, with your multiple points of vision, though, you...
It's your unnaturally enhanced vision.
Yes. Like certain types of telescope, if you want to get more optical resolution, you can just put your arms out to expand the effective radius of your eye. You are able to see the writing which says... questions must be answered honestly.
More on the theme of don't lie.
Oh right, we're still not allowed, are we?
There's a glance. You see Li Sheng glances back. Sorry, what's that?
Are we not allowed to lie?
Only within the areas where there's an edict prohibiting lying. I mean, it's a bad practice, but...
The person had a little sign on, so is that if you're talking to them?
Oh, one of the magistrates.
Yes.
Yes, that seems likely. The magistrate's probably conducting an investigation.
Okay, so they get like a special necklace that people can't lie to them. Is that what happens?
All magistrates carry an edict with them. Magistrates have the ability to change the edicts.
Right.
That's fucking terrifying. They can just like make up an edict and wear it, and people have to follow it.
Or suffer the effects therein. The other I appreciate as an outsider you're naturally going to see. You'd naturally see the opportunity for that to be abused, but first of all magistrates must pass rigorous testing and be sworn to certain oaths before they can even be eligible to be voted on as candidates. And secondly, the other magistrates do police each other.
All right. So how often do they typically change it?
Oh, well, a magistrate's individual edict only applies to a relatively small radius around them. So they'll change it if it's necessary for their. So that one they can use. That depends on what, whether they're investigating crimes, what sort of business they're conducting, if they're judging cases. Various different things depending on what duties they must perform. The general law edicts within workplace areas and so on don't tend to get changed much because they're usually specific to the requirements for an area. For example, I believe there is one up in the hospital that's going to be very relevant to you. Sorry, it was Corzin?
That's right.
Yes.
How often do you have corruption within the magistrates? If they're all making up edicts and policing themselves?
Well...
Is it a problem? As far as you're concerned, obviously.
I've heard of it happening, she thinks, twice in my lifetime. One was exiled and the other was destroyed.
That'll do it.
We take the enforcement and integrity of the law seriously.
Seems it.
Of course, you can't have a functioning
Well, you'd have
society
to, wouldn't
without.
you?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's the whole thing here, isn't it?
Well, anyone who wants to is free to go off into the wilderness and try making it with the lawless. But if you leave the laws of society, you also leave its protections.
What part of me isn't following the law? I'm being lawful. A big drag on the pipe.
I want to meet the lawless so badly. I get the feeling we're going to get a chance to, but I want to meet the Lawless so badly.
Look at me all following the law
fun.
and stuff. Nobody said no smoking and nobody said no whiskey, and I'm being very nice.
It's not against the law, but there are certain establishments which will request you to not smoke, and they do have the authority to eject you.
Well, if anybody doesn't want me to, I'll stop, but nobody's told me not to. I can blow smoke at him.
She coughs.
Oh, hey,
Please
sorry, I
don't
don't know
do
why.
that.
Okay.
Thank you. She
I actually don't.
coughs and hacks a little, but soon enough you make your way to a hospital. Interestingly, so I'm going to think about how this is. The building itself is. Oh, this is a tricky question because what are hospital? Because I'm blanking a little at the moment on what a 17th century, I suppose 18th century hospital is really looking like at this point. They're pretty rare. They're basically just large houses. Large housing.
Yeah, it'd probably be like a single story, but maybe kind of sprawling building. Obviously not built for that purpose originally, probably, but like with a bunch of different sections to it you could devote to different things.
So,
like, you'd have a recovery place, you'd have an operating theatre, and like maybe one other thing.
So you have trained as a surgeon, admittedly as a ship surgeon, but you've spent, you've seen voluntary hospitals, as they're called, before. And you've seen some of the swankier private surgeon and healers type residences. Admittedly, in cities or places or places that can afford them, a local cleric is off where you're from is more likely is an almost necessary part of a lot of medical practice. So, although there definitely are surgeons and doctors that do not use magic in major cities, or indeed just major towns and any city, it's very likely that the main surgeon and medical practice will at the very least back on to the church.
Makes sense.
Due to just to have access to clerics who can, frankly, provide the same benefit that you can: magical spot healing to prevent people bleeding out.
It'd be such a big deal.
And it's still a point where even though like the study of medicine was getting towards being formalized, a lot of clerical people and people in the church would be the people who are most likely to have had that kind of training.
Exactly. As such, most of the hospitals the hospitals you're used to are fairly small. They sometimes you've known them to have access to open halls or large areas for, say, large-scale triage during a wartime situation or some sort of natural disaster, which, in fairness, is usually the church or cathedral. So the first thing that strikes you is that the building is utterly lacking, as far as you can tell, in any sort of religious iconography. Obviously not the Regency that you come to expect, but no other symbolism. This appears to be a purely secular structure.
Right.
You do notice that it appears to be built to purpose as well. While it is fairly low to the ground, one story apart from in most cases, apart from a few raised two-story areas, which is distinct from a lot of the multi-story housing. A lot of the houses here tend to be 3 or 4 stories high, tall, just because of land area. It's city building within walled districts. You notice as you come in that someone built this place thinking about what they would need. So there is a wide open... so the double doors are actually a set of 3 double doors that you notice can be pushed open to allow for a large number of people coming in or out in an emergency. There is a wide initial reception area that you look at, and part of you immediately goes, could double as triage. Yeah. And you notice that the different parts of, as you look around, the different parts of this building are connected by, again, wide corridors with swinging doors that can easily be manage pushing, moving stretchers down. In fact, you're not really seeing... you do see one person pushing what appears to be actually more like more of a bed on wheels.
Right,
so
yeah.
A classic sort of... My mind is going gantry. That's not the right word. Along instead.
Yeah.
You notice that there are on the walls racks of what you recognise as probably quite bog standard healing potions that do not actually appear to be behind any sort of they don't appear to be behind any more protection than a simple glass cabinet with a latch on.
All right.
And that seems mostly there to prevent them being accidentally damaged. You do notice next to them there is one of those plaques with a gently glowing statement, almost a reminder, given that it's one of the basic laws of theft is not permitted.
Okay, yeah, fair.
More importantly, there is another one that says, only authorized surgeons are permitted to conduct surgery.
Good rule.
Yeah, makes sense. No, I've seen enough botched jobs in my time. You do not want someone who doesn't know what they're doing.
As you comment on that, you hear a voice call out, "A man after my own heart. Administrator, I see we have some visitors." You turn and you see emerging from one of the double doors is a not that tall by the standards of his people, man. So I'm going to say about 5'6", with a man in a set of. There is something in the style of his coat that resembles that of the cut of the administrator's robes, but in a way that also reminds you of the enforcers, is notably sleeveless. He wears a clean. The robes themselves are a pale blue, as is the neat shirt, and a darker blue for the leggings he wears beneath them. You see he has dark blue gloves and boots as well, and notably, in the entire time you have been in the Cirrus Citadel, this is the first drow you've seen.
Oh,
Oh shit!
He has classic charcoal, classic drow charcoal skin, short red hair, and grey eyes.
Like Adrin red, like
Yeah,
scarlet
Adrin red, sort of scarlet red. He is. You can see he's making a note, pardon me, on a clipboard, and seems to blink a little at. Well, everyone has been blinking at your appearance generally.
He's doing it differently, maybe.
yeah.
It's hard to say whether this man is more astonished by seeing another drow or by the fact that you have rainbow hair.
Yeah, I look
And
a bit. I'm
your
a bit
eyes
weird
glow,
as a drow these days.
And
yeah.
You are
Glowy veins and shit.
you are you're possibly in just looking at you, you are the most overtly magical member of the party. And that includes the storm sorcerer and
Hey, bullshit.
Scamp.
Yeah.
And the monkey with a sword.
With a sword.
The monkey with the monkey currently deprived of this, currently hiding the
But wearing
sword and deprived
Wearing a
of the
grass
spear,
skirt and things.
is actually not with you. That's a good point.
I know,
Jeffrey,
but just generally.
yeah, Jeffrey would have stayed with Scamp.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Oh
definitely.
yeah, of course.
So we can fondly
I wouldn't have
imagine.
let him come with us.
We can fondly imagine during that period where Scamp turned to dirt. Apparently, Jeffrey was just like poking at Dirt Scamp.
What we can do is just, in that whole cool conversation about building houses, we can just insert like corner shots of Jeffrey shitting, like stealing things. That's what I do. And Jeffrey isn't mentioned for a while. I assume he's just doing shit in the background.
I will say then, at one point, you briefly see Jeffrey seem to be catapulted about 5 feet or about 10 feet into the air, recoiling as if stung.
Shit, stealing. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah,
His
no,
friend
Jeffrey.
was a bit busy to keep an eye.
Jeffrey is self-aware enough for the law to apply.
Damn.
Jeffrey,
wow, okay.
Jeffrey is capable enough of making moral choice.
He just about counts.
But he is
Terrifying.
Jeffrey is such a damn grey area where judging things like this is concerned. But suffice to say, Jeffrey does not try to steal things after that.
Fair.
Jumping back to the present.
Yeah. Sorry.
You see Li Sheng puts hands together, bows slightly, and the drow does the same. We do indeed have some visitors. This is we have some visitors who it appears are. She gives you a slight look, Celestia, but carries on. Law-abiding, one of which has some experience in surgery, as well as the ability to magically heal. Well, a pleasure to meet you. He steps forwards and extends a hand, because again, overtly magical, to you, Celestia. Surgeon Solon Lanwis.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you, but I'm not your surgeon. You want that one.
Sorry.
Corzin Horhace, at your service.
My apologies. He extends and shakes his hand to you.
Not seen a drow in a while. Sorry, I'm not the one who's supposed to be helping you. I'm sure I'll be whisked off somewhere soon, but yeah.
We're
Haven't seen many here.
not the most populous of people. There's about 200 of us in the city.
Oh, not many. Fair enough.
I apologize. I do have to maintain the hospital, but if you and your companions are staying, remaining in the evening. I'm sure that Li Sheng has plans for somewhere to meet you all again. I do. Depending on how things go, who knows? We may even have dinner and a show.
Right. Exciting.
Well, please do let me know what arrangements have been made. Please do let me know what arrangements have been made, and if there is a chance, perhaps we can speak in the evening. Though, if you have any questions about the hospital or the like, I'm happy to answer them. We are fortunate right now that we were in a bit of a quiet spot. It was Surgeon Horhace, yes?
That's right.
Right. Please understand that please do understand that this is no comment on yourself, but there are a number of tests I would like to conduct with you, just about your knowledge of anatomy, basic skill handling a blade and the like.
Of course, I understand.
Need to conduct before I can authorize you.
Right.
This is probably going to take us an hour or so. We can talk during, but I am free to answer questions and so on while doing the practical elements. And if you wouldn't mind, I have some questions of my own.
Of course. I mean, I'm curious actually as to, and noticing what you were saying about the fact that it appears to be entirely secular. So, was this, or is this a military hospital specifically?
Well, we do our most common patients tend to be, aside from long-term care, tend to be the result of industrial accidents or indeed defenders. Usually, he sighs, pinches the bridge of his nose. Usually over-exuberant training accidents, but on the occasion that a detachment needs to be sent out beyond the wall, or there is an attempted incursion, then we will. Then sometimes we have more extensive demands. Yes.
I see. So you do have a military here. It's just that, typically speaking, they don't see a lot of action.
Indeed. Most of the internal security is largely dealt with by the law, and of course we have the magistrates and enforcers. It's... He pauses for a moment. Almost unheard of for defenders to be employed within the city, so as a general rule they maintain a watch at the borders, train, endeavour to keep sharp, and occasionally will be sent out on small expeditions, especially for... He nods for a moment to the potion rack, actually, especially on the rare occasion, for the occasional ingredients that we have not been able to grow in the herb gardens within the city.
Right, gotcha. Well, I'm looking forward to learning a bit more about this place.
Indeed. Right. Let's start by... I'm afraid we're going to start with some anatomy questions. So if you follow me into the teaching theatre, there...
It's been a while since I've been in one of these.
With what I've heard about legends of visitors, I'm glad that as a concept is not unfamiliar to you. This is a good start.
Corzin gives a meaningful look to Celestia at this point.
I've kind of been staying quiet, assuming that I've been like...
Yeah.
Well, indeed, at this point, Li Sheng does lead you on, Celestia. and further elsewhere into the city. And we'll pick up with what happens with you a little bit later. So, as promised, the first half hour or so is very much a basic proficiency test, checking your knowledge of anatomy, physiology, and the like. Not for your aptitude, but can I ask you to roll me a medicine check, please?
Certainly. Okay, that is an 11.
As far as you can tell, it would appear that surgery here is on a par with, if not slightly more together in some ways than you are used to in some of the better catered surgeries that you've seen or worked in back home.
Right.
The big difference, and what is more familiar to you as a ship surgeon, is unlike the procedures where when things get very get particularly bad, there's provisions for the intervention of clerics, the use of you are conscious that some surgical procedures have clerics coming in and casting lesser restoration, for instance, as a part of surgery just to prevent infections.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't
and
you?
other issues.
Like,
Gets rid
if
of
that
a
was an
disease.
option,
Yeah.
that makes so much sense.
Yeah, even if they don't have germ theory yet, they do understand that people tend to die of diseases after surgery.
You know, like what happens though if you don't know why.
So it is, So
and that they die less if you do this.
Yeah,
so
you
there is
figure that out
why.
even if you didn't get the microscopic what was going on. Yeah.
So they've definitely figured out a preventative lesser restoration post surgery is a good way to keep people alive.
Yeah.
This is, however, closer to what you're used to. This is their surgical techniques are based on the assumption that you do not have anything more reliable than a healing potion.
Okay.
And with carefully measured amounts, it seems that that with the exception of a small handful of more potent vials, the basic healing potion of the style that you are used to seeing the world over is the type they have access to.
Right.
Solon comments when you notice this. Yes, there are. We have, under very specific conditions, been able to grow the necessary. What's the name that I gave to this thing? I think I called it I think it's called. I think where you're from, the basic healing herb is something like. It is something like it's like it. Well, I can remember what it is. It's a yellow. It's a yellow flower that it resembles is somewhat reminiscent of a what's the word I'm looking for? Buttercup.
Right, yeah.
But
Gotcha.
actually has distinctive golden stamens that are harvested, much like saffron is, that form that form the active ingredient of the basic healing potions you're aware of. This you would know as we're going to call this Regent's Bell. Here it appears to be called Saint's Bell. And Saints, yes, we are able to grow Saint's Bell, but only in carefully maintained glass houses. It appears that wherever, except for locations in the wilderness, which are naturally warmer, the climate around here is not ideally suited to growing at.
Yeah, there's a bunch of places back where I come from that have experimented with trying to cultivate it like that, but only with mixed success. And the ones that were successful, well, they never have to work again.
Indeed, temperature and I've actually spent some time working in the glass houses when I was a little younger. And a big difficulty is maintaining the right sort of temperature and humidity. We tried it for a while with burning wood or charcoal and carefully and just buckets of water to try and keep it right, but it was difficult to keep it stable was the problem.
Yeah, sledgehammer to crack a nut kind of a solution, that is.
The most successful and longest standing ones are the ones that have the runes in place, but that requires Red Folder's craft, and he doesn't do a great deal, or he doesn't produce a great many works. Apparently, it's very resource dependent. I do know that he pays a lot of attention to the result, anything brought back by expeditions into the wilderness and the like.
Red folders? What sort of stuff do they work with?
He specifically.
Oh.
There is Magnus Red Folder. He's the only enchanter in the city.
Oh, an enchanter, I understand. Right.
And
sorry, there's a lot of new terms. I thought Red Folder might have been like the specific term you had for that thing here.
No. I understand. It's the I've crossed paths with him once or twice, but not my social circle, as it were. And no, he, as I understand it, Red Folder is just his family name. He's never married, had children, or for that matter, passed on the craft. But I suppose it is his choice as to whether or not he does that. Not that, in fairness, that there's much more need for more than one, since, as he does insist on telling us, he can't make more until he gets lucky for with the ingredients.
Right. Seems like the resources are a bit of an issue for you here.
It can be. It depends on what sort of things. Speaking of which, actually, have you worked with cadavers before?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. So I'm going to take you through some basic physical examinations here. There we go. A thing you have noticed, by the way, Corzin.
Mm-hmm.
You've not. This cadaver, as far as you can tell, is in the cadaver that is brought out, that of a human male in his 50s, has not had the head severed. You do not see any notable signs of the classic sort of silver dust used for a basic last rites. Nor is there any sign of... Nor have you really seen any sign of those little shadowy type spirits.
Interesting.
That usually cause the dead to rise.
Oh my god, might we be inching towards a reason to ask why this happens? Shit!
Maybe.
Look at us. We've never found a good enough reason to ask.
The body is cold, though, very cold, and you can see as Solon brings the body on a little trolley out of a room. The room itself seems to wisp with little vapor, and there is a notable glowing blue rune in the room that seems to be keeping the air cold. Seals it. Cold helps prevent decay.
I'll bet it does. That's an impressive use of that.
Yes, well, this hospital is one of 6 in the city that are built that have the capacity for storage in this nature. So we do. Hence why we have teaching staff here as well. And indeed, although I haven't really mentioned them, there are other. You do see other medical staff around, including some bright-eyed students.
Right. Well, looking at the cadaver, Corzin will say, right, well, getting the obvious out of the way, I assume the decapitation wasn't actually the cause of death. That would be too easy.
This has not been decapitated. Sorry, is a point.
Oh, okay. It's not been... Right, okay,
yes.
Sorry.
So, not decapitated...
That was an out-of-character misunderstanding.
That's right. Not decapitated, not had obvious signs of last rites conducted.
Right, okay.
Now...
So, yeah, next thing he's going to be asking... So, how long actually has this person been dead?
About 4 days. Now...
Wait, what?
Yes. We unfortunately passed away. One of our long-term care patients was... We weren't able to... we're unfortunately unable to do much more than palliative care, but what I'm going to ask you to do is perform a bit of an autopsy as part of the competence testing. I'm going to ask you to do cuts as if you were doing them into a live person, and I'm also going to see if you can diagnose the cause of death.
All right, let's get on. But just before we start, let's making sure that they're not about to get up in some distress and walk away.
Pardon?
How's the body been prepared before now?
Well, it's not been because this gentleman donated his body to research and training. We are not going. We haven't. He hasn't been embalmed or anything. So, pretty much as soon as we'd made sure. Pronounced death, we brought him straight here to be chilled.
Alright. This is going to seem a little bit like a tangent, but please stick with me. I've noticed since I came here, there not that much in the way of spiritual activity. I mean, there's some, but not a lot. Are spirit-sighted people rare here as well?
Oh, I've heard... No, I remember stories about this. Once in a while you hear a rumour, but nothing really seems to follow through. There are tales of... there are tales of those amongst the lawless who, it is said, can see strange magical spirits, and once upon a time there used to be people in the city who could do that, so the saying goes.
Right,
but
what happened to them?
I honestly have no idea. Their old story is that by the time I've been around for next month it'll be 263 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I've, that's a time before me. I don't know if it was before my mother's time or not, but certainly there haven't really been people like that who, no one like that I've met within my lifetime.
Well, the reason why I ask is because where I come from, the spirits sometimes can have very specific types of interactions between the living and the dead. If a body has been dead for a certain amount of time and
his
it
fingers
hasn't been...
snap together. We're talking ranger precautions.
Yes, sort of. Surely, have you had any issues with anima undead?
I have heard. I do understand from the defenders who go on expeditions. They call themselves rangers on account of them ranging out.
Right.
There is an old protocol that if someone dies in the field, you need to take their head off. Because there are reports sometimes of bodies left untended out there, very rarely, as you say, rising, and well, they apart from a few urban legends here and there of them, they don't. I've not really heard of them returning to the city itself.
But that's not a thing you've ever heard of happening inside the city before.
No, that's
fascinating.
There are precautions. There are some emergency precautions that we have that I've never needed to use, but we do keep ready just in case when the alarms go off for a visitor attack about preparations to secure the dead. There was, again, not happened in my lifetime, I mean no offense here, visitors are occasionally very, very disruptive, so there is a degree, we do tend to pay a degree of caution here, but no, I do remember that there are precautions about certain actions and words that need to be said, or failing that, decapitation of bodies.
Yeah, this is rather commonplace where I come from, but the fact that it isn't here is fascinating to me.
By the law, that is quite. I know that I've always heard. You're not the first visitor that I've seen, but you are, frankly, the first surgeon that I've dealt with from outside. There've been a few quacks that I've spoken.
Yeah, for every one of us, there's 10 quacks, unfortunately.
Yes. But no, that's it's quite a. It's interesting to hear that as part of standard surgical procedure.
Well, depending on where you are in the world, obviously whatever the local religion or customs there are surrounding death usually take care of it. But occasionally, when there is a situation, especially like if people are isolated or can't do the proper post-mortem rites or whatever, yeah, this can happen. It doesn't always happen in a specific time frame, but 4 days, you'd have expected that to have happened to this gentleman here right now, if you hadn't done anything.
He snaps his fingers he's been looking at you a little confused for a moment, and then snaps his fingers as if remembering. Yes, of course. That's what the term is. Religion. All of the praying and so on. We are...
Let's stay here forever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry. From childhood, we are. It's one of the things you learn at your mother's knee or at schools. The state exists beyond the sight of gods.
Right. And then Corzin just sort of stares into the middle distance after he properly takes that in.
So, sometimes you hear about visitors, yes, praying the strange customs, and some of those remain in parts of the city, but they usually fade out after a while. Generation or two.
I see. And yet the, some of the things that, presumably are the root of those beliefs and customs don't happen, so yeah, that would make sense. Alright, well, that's something to put a pin in for discussion later. Shall we get on with figuring out exactly what caused this man to expire?
Indeed. I will ask this time, medicine check, please.
Right, yeah. Corzin, throughout the rest of the next little while, is going to be, like, reeling with this, like, trying to figure out, like, what the wider implications of all of this must be. Oh, damn it, that's another 11.
Okay, you've not actually seen this before, but you can tell that there's definitely something up with, but you... have you seen it before? You've not seen this specific expression before, but you can definitely tell that there's this man has an abnormally large liver. It's very yellowy and there's strange scarring on it.
Psoriasis?
Yeah. Yeah,
or
definitely.
not psoriasis, cirrhosis.
Cirrhosis. Psoriasis is a different thing.
Cirrhosis specifically.
I was going to say that, and then I was like, nah, I'm wrong. It's cirrhosis that's the skin thing. Just like becoming a ricochet of weird mistake into the public void.
Alright, I mean, like, you correctly identify something wrong with his liver, and Solon does indeed explain the man basically just died of liver failure after a history of alcoholism.
Okay, yep.
But the next few hours are relatively quiet for you, actually.
So be careful with open flames around this. He picks up the liver.
Well, quite. As we like to say in the coroner's office, no, that one comes pre-pickled. Indeed, surgeon's humour.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, Corzin would earnestly be laughing at that.
But yes, for the first 3 hours, you are mostly. There's not a lot that requires surgery on your part, actually. And you do get to sort of tour around the wards, and you realise that quite a lot of it is just sort of various long-term illness care, or a degree of care for the elderly that you're not really used to.
Yeah.
And there is a point of pride at one point where Solon comments, one of the things that I've always made sure to maintain here in the hospital is that long-term care remains, as per the hospital's charter, available to all, regardless of grade, regardless of cause. Those who are ill should be healed.
Absolutely.
Now, I have more questions about your homeland. So, you were saying that you were part of a ship, and at this point you feel a tremor beneath your feet.
Okay. I look down. Well, I don't need to look down.
Oh, indeed. You feel like you reflexively start looking down, but as is more and more the case these days, these reflexes are wearing away because you don't need to.
Yeah, I raise myself onto tippy toes and allow the eyes and the heels of my feet to do the job.
However, you see an immediate frown on Solon's part, and then
What's that?
he tilts his head. Quake.
Oh,
We
an
need
earthquake.
so to speak. Right, we may need to prep for surgery immediately.
Oh, of course, injuries. Right, and Corzin will start immediately doing that.
Indeed, the rumbling continues for the better part of only for about 5 to 10 minutes. However, within 10 minutes, as you hear, and you can hear the distant, you hear commotion coming up. Within 10 minutes, there's raised voices shouting, "Clear the way! Clear the way! Injured coming through!" And immediately, about up to initially it's a dozen figures are rushed in, and then more over the next hour or so. You see one of the first ones you see dragged in, looking quite serious, is a halfling miner. You would guess miner just based on the amount of rock dust covering him. Where it isn't seeping through the roughly staunched and tourniqueted leg that appears to have been crushed in multiple places.
Oh, cave-in, nasty.
You see that a figure a number of figures are bringing them in. Some other-looking miners, some figures who one or two who do actually seem to have weapons, one of the few that you've noticed, who do not seem to be garbed up in armour the same way, at least not the same quality of armour as the enforcers. The one carrying the halfling is a half-orc who's essentially like carefully cradling him. She's got a sort of a slate grey cloak on, and helps get him onto one of the. I've completely forgotten the word for trolleys.
Like a stretcher?
Nah, in this case it would be trolley.
I think trolleys.
I think trolley might be the right one because this one has wheels.
Oh right, I'm picturing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be thinking gurneys, but that's an Americanism.
Yeah. After getting them into your hands, immediately runs back to help more. A quick triage. As you're Solon and you give those present a quick glance over, you immediately triage the most urgent cases that are not. You immediately triage the most urgent cases. However, Solon looks over and points to three of them. Those three are going to bleed out in the next. Those three are going to bleed out before we can get to them. If you've really got magic, now.
On it. Yep, and I do so. I cast healing. Cure wounds on the three bleeding people.
And as you move with the octopus in hand, as it were, the pair of you manage immediately. There is you see that sort of warm fuzz of light as terrible as terrible bleeding sort of recedes. There's, in one case, the injury is just a cut that has gone through an arm and opened up several blood vessels, and that alone, and the cure wounds is enough to seemingly fully restore them. The other two, in another case, it's enough to stop them from critically dying. From immediately dying, and in a third case, that being of the halfling with the crushed leg, you can see that he's still going to require surgery, but is not going to immediately bleed out now.
Yeah.
Solon raises his eyebrows for a moment, nods appreciatively, and goes, "Well, in that case, this one in first, and I'm going to rotate you." And I'm going to need you to rotate out and check as new ones come in. But as soon as we've got things stable, I'm going to need you in surgery as well.
On it. And yeah, Corzin will be moving around, doing what he can in order to help everybody, but like the most severe ones first.
Yeah, everyone stares in astonishment at you, at you just healing people with a touch, including the orc who's been bringing people in, who looks just downright stunned. Like you see, you see like you can kind of see her blink at you for a moment and then stumble out to get more people, kind of ushering a little dog, well, I say a large dog, a bloodhound, that's been like peering through the doors at the whole thing, just like everyone's just like, what the fuck? Some of the orderlies come in and start, you know, not using violence emphatically, but
like their physical presence.
But with their physical presence,
Shivvying.
And you notice some curious poles that are covered in cushioning, gently pushing people back. At times, with a loudly declared, "Please clear the way. We need to keep the access ways clear. Thank you."
And then Corzin will almost be oblivious to this, going, right, keep that one elevated, and pressure on that. Even miracles need a hand. Now, over here, let's get this thing tied down. Yeah.
Indeed, there is a point when you're called into when Solon calls you into surgery. There's a point where he goes, "Right, I would have preferred to have done a more thorough bank of tests, but I think this is good enough. I hereby accredit you as a surgeon." He grabs a little badge off the table, pins it to your coat. Well, at this point you've changed it to an apron, so pins it to your apron. You're authorized. Right, come assist me.
Delighted. Right, now let's get on with this.
It is, it's a grueling 4 hours for you.
Mm-hmm. How many more spell slots?
Let's see. Could you roll me...
Because that was 3.
Okay.
And I'm assuming level 1, but I've got others to spend if needs be.
Can you roll me a d20, please?
D20, gotcha. Yeah. 11. Loving the 11s tonight, apparently.
How many... using at least a level 1 each time.
Okay.
You'd use up to 11 if you have them in order to...
Okay, well, let's work this out. I've just done 3. I've already used 1. 3...
Suffice it to say...
I have exactly 11.
Okay.
Weird.
By the time that the... Although you are utterly tapped, by the time that the rush passes... really forgot to change the music during that, but never mind. By the time the rush passes and things are a little, in some ways, a little, I yes. Oh, right, well, apparently a little more tense. Nope, we're going back to the general music. And things are a little less...
Fuck you, said the music.
A little less tense. You are able to... Solon kind of checks in with you. Right. Looks like we've gotten all the critical cases stabilized, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be more coming through. Do you have any more of those, what did you call them, miracles left?
Unfortunately, I think that's about my limit for today, but...
Well, you know what?
I can rest.
I will take that. You've saved us... You've probably saved us 11 potions.
Yeah, and that's more or less how it goes where I come from as well.
Yes. Tell you what, we're going to need... there's going to be more work yet doing, but take a break in the sluice, and then we'll get you onto some more, a little bit of lighter work. There's certainly a few of the patients who will need to recover naturally, but who would like to shake your hand.
Well, happy to do so, actually, at this point.
That said, do wash your hands.
And yeah, Corzin would already be washing if nothing else, just the general gore off his hands.
Indeed.
Yeah.
You get after a break, and you see either Solon or one of the orderlies has thoughtfully prepared you a little ham sandwich.
Yeah, he will gratefully start snacking on that.
You head the next part of your kind of day of work ends up being I'm just thinking about this. The next portion of your day of work is basically just a little bit of checking in and caring for patients, but you can tell that a certain amount of this is also to give you a bit of a chance to relax. More than a couple of those who were caught in the disaster, and you notice actually some of the later patients who came in were not minors, but figures in what appears in I guess for the type of armor that we're talking here, more like coats with metal plates sewn into them, and the occasional and sort of reinforced leather braces and the like, with figures who still have swords buckled to their belts, and in one cases and probably they wouldn't have brought the crossbows. You do see one of them still has like a bolt case on them. Some of which have received injuries that look to you more like slashes than rockfall type damage.
All right, I'm going to be asking them then, like, all right, so what happened here?
One of the miners, in fact, the miner whose leg got smashed up. Can you roll me a medicine check, please?
Certainly. This is an 11. I swear to the region. Okay, it's not. That's a 16.
Okay. You did a pretty decent job on, frankly. He's especially with the healing magic, he wasn't going to. He was less likely to need to lose a leg anyway. but although frankly, his right leg was crushed in 3 places, you believe you've been able to mend the more complex, the 2 clean break, set the 2 clean breaks, and do the best you can with the more complex break, setting it into place. He's either going to require a few months of recovery, or if you're still here in the morning, 1 cure wounds would probably set now that the bones are all set into place.
That really puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For now, you've got to keep that immobile as much as possible. There's possibly more we can do, but for now, just keep it stable, steady. Don't move it.
Oh yeah, there's no worries about that. Oh, I think the big old wooden plank on the bandages are doing that, and I'm just I'll leave that be. I mean, thank the Lord for painkillers, though.
I was going to say, has one of the orderlies been around to issue with that?
Oh yeah, he lifts up a little glass of some sort of red tinted liquid that you glance at and does not giving it a slight sniff. There is a slight hint of there is a very, very slight whiff of red leaf, but more on the level of what you would more on the level that they would drink it at in Porto Omicidio. Like an energy drink or a coffee.
It's not even the amount that you'd probably get issued if you were going to the dentist. In this thing. Anyway, that's for sipping. Just remember, that's for sipping.
Definitely at that. He does reach over and offer you a hand, which you notice has been cleaned. He says,
I shake it.
Thank you very much. His name's Stent Fuller. He is a broad-chested, bald halfling with a blonde beard.
Pleased to meet you, Stent.
That's all right. Minor, grade 2 for my ears, and I've got to say, I've never met someone with magic hands before.
I gather it's something of a rarity around here. But Stent, if you don't mind me asking, I'm guessing, given the nature of your injuries, it was a cave-in. But was there anything else that happened? I've noticed some other rather unusual things coming in with some of your compatriots here.
Yeah, there's been a rumour going round, and what with your odd form of dress and everything, and again the magic hands. Are you a visitor?
Yeah, that's right. I'm just passing through, to be honest, but it seemed like an opportune place to lend a hand on my way through.
Oh, I'm glad you're one of those ones. Well, if you're a visitor, then you wouldn't know about Quakers.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Oh, well, they cause earthquakes.
I figured that much, but are they?
Oh, no.
Yes. If you're, I know what you're imagining, and I'm
Please
enjoying
describe
that
them so I'm not just imagining Quakers. Really nice sort of
it's such like child logic. It's but like child logic on what a Quaker is.
Yeah.
The Quakers 100%. Are meeting up. Oh no!
Oh no! They'll run out of tea. Right.
Cause an earthquake because they're Quakers. It's adorable.
There's been a long debate as to whether it's worse if they burrow down into where we're going to mine, or if they end up somehow end up burrowed under like a field of oats or something.
Oh yeah, I imagine that'd be a little difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
Can you describe what one of these things looks like? Because I think we might have a different name for them where I come from.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's sort of a like, you know, I've heard of different versions of them, but it's like a single one. Although sometimes they'll lay a lot of, you get a lot of them laid out. It's kind of like a fish, but like huge, like bigger than a wagon, as some of the small ones.
Like an island.
A land shark.
The largest breed of fish.
Yeah, except it's got
an island. Yeah.
It's got but except instead of fins, it's got legs, and it can break, and it burrows through earth, and it's real bad-tempered, and of course it lays, and of course it's going to be a real trouble for the defenders, because on the occasion they show up, because they can hide for a very long time, you've got to make sure there's no eggs. Otherwise, it could be months or years later, more of the bastards will come out.
Oh, right. Okay. Out of character, I think I might have an idea what this is. In character, can I roll to see if Corzin recognises the description?
Land shark.
Okay. I mean, land shark is a very, very good description of one, regardless. Alright, that is a nature of 22.
It sounds a lot like a bullet.
Yeah, I figured that was what it was.
Although, as far as you're aware, bullet, the laying eggs that aren't known, that don't emerge for a very long time, is unusual. You don't know if it's just a part of the bullet's life cycle you're not familiar with. And they are certainly invasive. And destructive creatures around settlements, and tend to be driven away when they're found. They're rare, more common to Haldanos than other continents.
Okay.
But you have heard of creatures that sound like that. Although the size of a wagon is about the size of like a normal bullet, not a small one.
Right. Okay. Okay. So we're dealing with like a specialist subset of bullet here that are of unusual size. Bullets of unusual size.
BOUS. I'm hoping. I don't know if the defenders managed to get it. Presumably they did, or equally it's possible the collapse did. It's the whole dang series of shafts that have gone down there, though. It's going to take months to clear the place back out.
Nasty.
To say nothing about the Quakers, aye.
Yeah.
Bloody Quakers.
Well, I suppose at least, by the looks of things here, you might have been, you might be out of the job you were in, but not out of the life you had.
Well, that's certainly true, and I've got enough. Well, if I want anything fancy, I've got enough credits saved up. I might have to go onto the old basic the old basic dailies if I want to keep them saved up. Still,
this place has universal basic income.
Oh my god.
Oh, stay forever.
Okay, maybe I love the lore. I've changed my mind. Please give us universal basic income. Oh my god. Anyway.
In D&D, we can fulfill our wildest fantasies.
Like a UBI, yeah.
Yes.
Still, though,
right, go ahead.
There's usually a bonus. There is usually a bonus credits payout in the event of injuries like this. That's so.
Well, it's hazardous work, and I'm glad to hear that there's provisions to keep people like you protected if something like this happens.
Yeah, of course. It's one of the oldest civic laws. But I say that it's down there in. I forget. I don't think it's in the original 100, but it might be in the early hundreds.
You'd be surprised elsewhere how many people forget that once a certain subset of working people can't work anymore, things start to go downhill very quickly.
Aye, that's true. Mind you, he looks at your little peace-bonded weapons, which if you have them all, which you may have, you may or may
I
not.
would probably have discarded them for surgery, but they would be probably if there is one of those clear display cases.
Yeah,
I'd have just probably put them in there.
Yeah,
after I'd changed out of my clothes and into scrubs, functionally speaking, whatever the this place's equivalent of that would be.
Yeah. He glances. You see that Stent looks up at the display cabinet and goes, "Speaking of, mind you, on the subject of work." He nods at your gear. That I assume you're trained as a defender equivalent, because that's some very pretty. He lowers his voice. Weapons you've got there.
I've a diverse skill set, you might say.
So you're
typically I prefer this.
So you're a type who enjoys fighting, then?
I wouldn't say enjoys, but I can hold my own at it. You mentioned that you have defenders here. Well, presumably the defenders have people like me amongst their ranks that are as skilled at taking people apart as they are putting them back together.
Oh, yeah. They've got some. They'll have some. The Rangers will usually try and bring a surgeon with them. Is what I've heard.
Would it shock you to learn that there's a lot of transferable skills between the two?
Well, I suppose it would have, but not anymore. Oh, no, I've got to say, if it weren't for the, obviously there's always the, I'm not exactly a stranger to risk with my own job, but people going out and actually facing monsters and the like out into the wilderness. He lowers his voice. I know it's impolite to say, but it's blooming exciting, isn't it?
That's certainly one word for it, but I think if it's anything like it is here, where it is where I come from, the people who do that job do it so that other people don't have to.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, the credit bounties for interesting things coming back from outside, I'm sure no bad thing.
Well, every job has to have its perks now, doesn't it?
Well, between you and me, if you're ever, well, first up, can you keep a secret?
Yes.
Good. So can I normally, but as a bit of thank you. If you're ever looking for a bit of excitement, sometimes there's
closer.
A few places in the city where they'll have boxing matches, or sometimes even I've yet to see one. They're rare, but sometimes even duels. And that's and there's usually good wages going on those as well.
That's very good to know. Thank you.
Don't.
You know, rest assured, I won't tell a soul. Good.
Just make sure there's keep that sort of thing on the down low. It's not exactly approved of, but yeah, maybe try try asking around backstage of the Rosewood.
The Rosewood?
After dark.
I might just do that. Thank you very much.
And hey, I've heard that there's even some very interesting stuff where I've heard that there's ways to make a lot of money on those. A lot of credits on those wages if you really need to. And if the old stories are true, you lot might need quite a few credits.
Well, certainly not going to discount any possibilities.
Right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's all right. He raises the little painkiller glass. Cheers! And sips it a little bit.
Clink.
At this point, I'm going to move away from you and on to Celestia. Celestia. You continue on down the through the streets, having left Corzin to get his assessments in the hospital. I forgot to actually award Corzin credits, but we'll do all three of you at the end.
What is this lovely Scottish person's name?
The slightly Scottish person's name.
That person.
Is I have, now that you have said that, I'm blanking on it.
God damn.
So I've Lishon.
Lishon, thank you.
So yes, she's a little halfling with carmine red hair and pale rose-coloured robes. You see, you're taking a slightly roundabout route, going past some fields, where with a little bit of a conversation, after a little bit of introduction, Victory is passed along to a what looks like some sort of overseer for the local farms, who, as you walk on, goes, "So, you hear do something about crop watering, or was it land movement?" "Yeah, something like that. Let's just say I can get it and make a lot of ice in a hurry." You, however, move onwards back into the city and circle round to one of the more central districts, where you eventually make your way to a large circular building, proudly declaiming itself to be the Rosewood Theatre.
Oh, cool.
After again, this part of town, there's a lot more people in professional-esque sort of robes. There are definitely still tradespeople as well, but you also notice more restaurants, eateries, a couple of bars. If you're as well as just, for want of a better term, almost sort of office-like buildings, less like the sort of offices like that. Yeah, like I want you to think the character of Central London, but the architecture of central London just after the Great Fire.
Cool.
So lots of so although the architecture itself sort of blends between that and a more sort of Eastern Haldanic feel. So there are lots of sculpted statues of of a mixture of mythical and real creatures. There's lots of polished stone slabs and that sort of feel, as well as elegantly varnished wood. Roof tiles are more pagoda-esque than the style you would expect in Jova. Interestingly, it's a sort of architectural style that seems to have evolved out of a mix of different cultural influences. This one, however, most closely resembles a classic theatre in the round. And you are brought in, and you see sweeping towards you is a human woman in her 50s, who you might describe as bird-like, but possibly bird-like in the manner of a vulture or buzzard. She has both sharp, angular features to her bone structure, but also just like a little bit of wattle from being kind of older, like the bits where like your jowls
like
go down.
Oh, like jowly.
Yeah.
I've never heard them called wattle.
Kind of jowly features.
It's like turkeys have.
Yeah,
wattles.
And this is combined with a billowing sort of black and purple layered dress that does accentuate the sort of turkey or buzzard or vulture sort of feel.
Why have you made my year 9 drama teacher in D&D? But pretty much exactly like.
Yeah, her movement is somewhere between lumbering and a sweep.
Yeah, no, that's Miss Smallman in D&D. Yeah,
wow.
I'm not even kidding. Like, this is exactly my year 9 drama teacher. She was awesome. I would love to.
Her voice
this was what she looked like.
resounds through the theatre. One moment, let me just check this. Yep, here we go. Li Shong! I see you've brought me quite the interesting figure. Tell me, are you here to perform?
I mean, I wasn't, as far as I'm aware. But, that could change.
Alas! Alas for the current performance. All of the roles are filled so long as nobody breaks a leg, she says, and you see a series of mildly intimidated actors and stagehands stop glancing at you and hurriedly return to rehearsing. Just a little joke. No. So, what? But you did mention there was someone who could save me a little bit of work, a little bit of expense, if I understand correctly. Right, indeed. Allow me to introduce you, Fulviola Crest, and yourself.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you.
A pleasure, darling.
Always, darling.
Now,
Just to join in, I can't stop myself.
Oh, it's hilarious. I love it.
I have to say I am very intrigued by your get-up.
Equally so, honestly. It's a vibe. I love it.
My thanks. So, now, don't tell me. Magical lights and mysterious shadows. Yes, we have had Drown the Theatre before.
Magical lights, mysterious shit. I mean, just generally. I mean, I'm here for illusions.
Hold on. I think Drow get both dancing lights.
Oh, we do
and
that.
Dancing
Yes.
lights and darkness.
as their
Oh, cool. Yeah,
Yes.
I have actually now realised what you're asking. Oh, now I get it. Yes, I can do both light and darkness. That is a thing.
We do. I'm afraid we aren't current. Well,
Can I do darkness once a day? That is important to know, but I can do a fuck ton of light.
oh, yes. That I recall that being the case from our last drow stage technician. Though we, potentially there could be some interest. Actually, I believe that Celestia Stardust here can help you with the issue of publicity. Really?
Yes. Is it publicity for a show you're wanting?
Oh, indeed! Rose of the Wastes!
Right. Sounds very exciting.
Oh, it most certainly is. Tragic fated love, brutal violence, the mysterious wilds, rival clans of the lawless, Scrabble, a living in the wastes, divided by vengeance and bloodthirst, united by passion and lust.
Ooh. I hope I could be around to watch this play later. This sounds exciting.
Well, we actually opened tomorrow. We open tomorrow night. And it's funny that publicity comes up, as I was just about to start sending out the runners. What with last night's rainstorm having washed away a lot of the posters. But
Oh, that won't be an issue.
really.
Okay, so Li Sheng, this is what I'm going to turn to Li Sheng for a second. This is the entirety of what you want the illusion for, or do you want me to be able to do other ones?
Illusion. So you are perhaps a trained magician. A
Yes.
rare skill.
But is this what you want the really big illusion for? There's not going to be more things.
This is kind of what I had in
Right.
mind.
I mean, I'm not confident you've ever had this much advertising power before, to be honest, darling. I can do a mile squared, and it'll last for a week.
By the law!
And it will look however you want it to look. Basically.
So what you're saying is that you could paint the entire... you could paint our poster just in the sky.
Can I? I think so.
I actually have no idea if you can.
With a mile square, presumably that includes...
Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out...
construction.
Yeah, I can
change
make
the
structures
sky.
and stuff. There's no particular reason why not.
Yeah, and the structure doesn't necessarily have to make
The general
sense.
shape remains the same.
But you can make things that... I think you can make things that aren't there.
I think you can, yeah.
They won't have
Sorry,
any
I'm trying to
physical...
find my notes on this place, but I've just switched notebook stowaways and I'm chaos itself right now.
Make terrain in an area... Okay, general terrain shape is the same. Can alter the appearance of structures or add them when under present. It is...
But the structures are probably in a similar place then.
Yeah. The range is sight. Up to a mile square. Yes, but technically there is nothing preventing you from creating the illusion of a giant billboard.
Yeah.
And
Like
then
on
doing
the
whatever
side
you
of
wanted
something.
to that. No, you could make one on the roof. Just going all the way up if you really wanted.
I mean, this is kind of like smoking and thinking. Like just hovering in midair might be a bit of a pain, just because the general shape of things tends to remain the same. If I can help it, it's a bit easier. But I could just change the side of a building into being like a really, really big poster.
Well, that is interesting.
Yeah, it can make sounds, smells, whatever touches.
Can
all
they
those
move?
things. Can they move?
That's actually a good question.
We've just closed the spell description, have we?
That's right, I'm going to briefly check this.
I mean, we've done, like, horrible
Simple-
revolution blobs before.
Yeah.
So I feel like they can, but it has to be, like, not crazy involved?
Oh yeah, the most we could do, I think the most we could do was like some trees swaying and so on, and sort of vaguely singing.
Could we have like maybe like the odd repetitive movement? I feel like
yeah, I think like you can do like a slight, yeah,
You'd be like immobile but animated.
Immobile but animated. Like you could make it like essentially the equivalent of like if you'd made a windmill, you could make the windmill times spin. So you could
I could probably make a statue like wave
very
stiffly or whatever.
That's the level.
Yeah. I could do sort of repetitive, easy movements. Nothing that it'd need like brain power for a person to do, if that makes any sense.
But
you
could capture scenes though.
Yeah, and
Paint
I mean,
on
if you've got any songs in it, we could have that, playing away. Or just lines repeating for hours for a whole week. That might get annoying.
You're going to get in trouble. You're a public nuisance.
Perhaps not lines, but we do have a composer. We got you to listen to some of the music. You could just centered on the posters. Quiet at first, but drawing the attention.
Atmospheric, like.
Yes, drawing people in to examine them, giving things a real appearance. Yes, I can see that working. There's a cough from Leishan. Full viola. Director Crest! Full viola. Yes, Leishan. I'm reasonably certain that may violate at least some ordinances on what you can do to other people's buildings. Oh! She waves her hand dismissively. I'll have a lawyer check over the necessary issues first. I'm confident that apart from one or two minor amendments, this will not be an issue. She snaps her hands, and you see a slightly scurried-looking halfling in the distance nod and run off. Now,
I mean, there'd be no permanent damage.
And it all clears itself up after a week, you say?
Just poof, bye.
Oh, excellent. Well, in which case...
Probably like a week to the minute, if somebody asks you when it's going away.
Quite all right. Well, we have a fair run going for a while, but the first week, yes, that's definitely going to fill seats here. Now, there is a performance, technically, tonight. It's more of a command performance / final dress rehearsal type arrangement, but I could see that working out. I would need to clear it with... That won't be a problem. You look to the side, and you see leaning on a short cane is a white-bearded, older-looking dwarf, wearing an interestingly sort of stylish sort of take on the whole sort of robes and coats style of the city, but the hem of which has been lined in classical sort of dwarven repeating knot patterns. He has a single beard ring that is delicately and beautifully worked. And again, only one or two other pieces of jewellery, a ring on his finger, an ear cuff, but again, beautifully worked. And says, I am certainly intrigued by this new publicity person that you found. You see the Li Sheng stiffens and gives a slight nod, and gives a sharp professional nod to the dwarf, who lightly inclines his head, but his attention is mostly on you, Celestia.
Mm-hmm. I turn to him. Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you.
Of course, allow me to introduce our patron, the illustrious Magnus Redfolder, grade 6. We don't need to make a fuss about that. Of course. I myself am grade 4 by Magnus's patronage.
I don't think I'm even 2 yet, but that's why I'm here.
Technically, Li Sheng mutters under her breath, technically you're not grade 1 yet.
Yeah, no, fair.
Then you must be a visitor.
Yeah.
If the glowing hair didn't tip us off.
You're gonna get all of that here?
It is, I would say, unique. And I have an eye for unique things.
Do you now? Huh.
Well, I've been around a year or 2.
Oh, fair.
He does look like, actually, quite an old dwarf at that. Now, well, if Magnus says it's all right, then you and I suppose a handful of your chosen guests would be all too welcome to attend the command performance tonight.
That's great fun, thank you. I'm sure, if people are resting up after a day's work, little night at the theatre.
Oh, indeed, absolutely. Well, I'll make sure to. I'll have my people arrange tickets for you, and
thank you.
And perhaps even a bite to eat.
Spoilers.
The show. Well, indeed. I mean, I don't mean to intrude, but Magnus, do you mean my treat? The looking glass.
The looking glass, okay.
You see that Fulviola's eyes... Fulviola herself reacts a little to that. And is this may I ask, is this a private invitation? You're welcome to Fulviola. Still my treat. Excellent.
Nice place, the looking glass?
Oh, simply the best.
Oh, well, thank you very kindly. That's very sweet and welcoming of you.
It seems that you are visitors who are obeying the law, and since there is no terrible violence that's being conducted, I would like to meet you before you go on your ways.
Okay.
But please, do not let me intrude on your work. I simply enjoy taking my leisure here and observing how the rehearsals are going.
Fair enough.
Of course. Fulviola says, sort of doing the thing where she puts her arm out to try and usher
steers me
away.
I let her. That's
steers
fine.
You away. Magnus was the original founder of this theatre.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, has it been around a while?
Oh, well, I suppose not by drow terms, if I understand it correctly.
No, I'm only 30.
Oh, why, you're even younger than me. Well,
I won't ask. That would be impolite.
My dear. Now, but yes, no, centuries back, not long after you've first arrived in the city. Somewhat, I think must be. Oh, who even knows? But now, I'm going. Won't spoil you with the whole thing, but I think that perhaps we should get you and my and my set artist who designed the posters together, as well as some of the actors, and we're going to need this as a full costume for these scenes, please. Thank you. Right, we're going to let's see if we can have you capture some scenes to replicate.
I would love to. Yes, I take it very seriously.
For you, Celestia, the next. Even though casting the spell will take 10 minutes, you basically spend the next 2 to 3 hours watching selected scenes from Rose of the Wastes, which you are able to piece together a play that might best be described as Romeo and Juliet meets Mad Max with more than a hint of Conan the Barbarian.
Brilliant.
Oh, I want
to see this play.
It sounds
I want it
great.
so badly.
Through
I wasn't convinced until that. Now I'm like, yes, I want it.
Through a fantasy lens where they don't have cars, so there's a lot of riding beasts and so on.
Do they still have mohawks?
Yes.
Excellent.
Unlike anyone you've seen in the city,
Yeah.
for that matter.
Fabulous.
You actually notice some of the actors where actors put on
Like crazy hairstyle wigs.
yeah, basically crazy. Some put on crazy hair. Some are bald and put crazy hairstyle wigs on. Others like have the mohawk, but then just put a wig that's of a more regular sort of combed back or type fashion.
Amazing.
Okay, so the costumes are very Conan. They are city dwellers' romantic ideal of what people living in the wildlands, what the lawless look like. So
too many leather harnesses.
It's like a
way
teen
too
novel
many
up in
leather
here,
harnesses, like an unreasonable amount of exposed skin.
Too many belts for no reason.
Like
Yeah.
scraps of fur.
Oh, there's no such thing as too many bells.
But like,
There's
you
too
know
many
that
and
like,
not enough.
oh, it's the apocalypse, so I'm wearing 5 belts for some reason.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
Way too many
have
belts.
more
Yeah,
belts than
it's like the
trousers.
apocalypse happened and the only shop that survived was Hot Topic.
Yeah.
Bits of fur that are that don't, like, you're not clear why you need a bit of fur there, like, and not even like modesty fur, but like fur across a shoulder and nowhere
like
else.
bits. Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Sometimes shoulders get cold.
yeah, but not across, say, like your midriff.
Yeah.
This is real sort of Boris Vallejo 1980s fantasy book cover
Hell yeah.
style costume design.
Fabulous.
The painted backdrops are much like, similarly wild landscapes of imagination, though with, in places, like a slight edge of cosmic horror. There are like trees with teeth and the like.
The Rainbow Spirit buzzes around for like this whole thing and just kind of takes it in.
While taking it in, actually, can I ask you for a perception check, please?
Perception check. That is a 22.
So, you work with the artist. They sketch up some designs that you're able to examine, and in fact, because you have minor illusion, don't you? Mm-hmm. You were even able to create minor illusions of what the individual, like, sort of poster-like elements are going to be.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of me and the Rainbow Spirit, A, like joining in with this artist and sort of thumbnailing, but B, like remembering
Yeah.
I feel like that's how it's remembering. Rather than sketching it in a notebook, we're just doing little illusions of it.
Yeah. There is an artist there sort of sketching along to like throw up different ideas, showing some of the existing
Oh yeah, no,
posters
that's we're
taking
adjusting it from the artist, yeah.
But as you like, after about an hour of this, the little halfling lawyer comes back, and you get a list of specific instructions of like what will allow you to get away with this. You can't obscure any windows. There's any windows, doorways.
Leave all the fire exits clear.
You actually have to sign some paperwork confirming that that this is temporary. This is temporary and will vanish after within a week. But that all.
I guess I tell them how to get rid of it early as well. Like, just explain that, like, if you get a mage, like, it'll be fine.
And there is a. Actually, that's a good point.
I'll say it in character.
Yeah, please say this in character.
While we're signing this bit about how it's temporary, if you do need it gone sooner, you can just do that if you get somebody with Dispel Magic. I can't do it myself, but if you've got the right kind of mage, it's not that hard. I mean, it's a reasonably high-level spell, but, it can go.
That's certainly one way of putting it.
Why are you looking at me like I'm insane? Is that not a thing here?
Well, mages of that level of skill are likely to be expensive for one, but also
fair, yeah.
there aren't that many magicians.
Right. Well, I guess you'll have to wait then.
Yeah, so
let's hope you like it.
Well, indeed. We'll discuss payment once we've seen the final product.
Right.
At which point, actually, Li Sheng has left by this point, but you do, with that perception check, see from behind Fulviola, the halfling lawyer kind of blinks at you, subtly shakes his head, and mouths, "Now."
Oh, sign it.
No, he
I messaged him to his brain.
He blinks a little.
I've obviously,
what do you message to him?
I say, you telling me to sign it now?
Shakes his head and mouths, "Payment now."
Wouldn't it be more sensible to agree on payment before I've signed anything?
Right. Yes, of course. That would be sensible. So, what would you like?
I don't know what anything's worth here, because I think the money's different. Also, it doesn't necessarily have to be money.
Of course, you're not
Celestia, casually trying not to do the expression of one who didn't actually expect to be paid for this. Basically.
You see the halfling behind her is sort of scribbling on his little notepad. As she explains, "Oh, well, of course you're a visitor. Everyone, all citizens, and I suppose as visitors there's provisions for this as well, are accounted the basic dailies. The state has a responsibility to provide simple food, accommodation, and the like.
Wow,
but
that's fucking amazing. So anyway, carry on.
Anything else requires citizenship credits for luxuries and the like. So
cool.
All the fun things in life, which is what most people get paid in. Now we As for this sort of work, it is essentially promotional work. You see the halfling holds up a little sign to you, and bullet pointed are you are doing the you are doing the work of 30 people. If it rains, they would have to put them up again.
I think I just literally pretend I haven't looked at him and just go. I mean, in terms of value, I think I'm doing the work of about 30 people, and if it rained, normally you'd have to put it all up again, right? I kind of do a little wink at the halfling and just send over, thank you.
Halfling kind of folds over his sheet, fully glances behind her for a moment, but shrugs. Well, yes, I suppose that is true, although it's not taking you 30 days of work to achieve yourself.
Yes, but it would be literally impossible for you to do if I wasn't here.
Roll a persuasion check. Yes, I'm making you negotiate as a freelancer. I'm sorry.
God, I'm so stressed.
You
How
absolute
dare
monster.
you? What was I rolling? Persuasion?
Yes.
23.
Well, that is true. I suppose I could pay you for half the rate of half the rate. If I paid you half the rate of those 30 people, that's still 15 days credits for a single for less than a day's work. The halfling holds up the notepad again, says, and just has the word enchanter underlined.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I'm an enchanter. Again, message, thank you.
Well,
It's like a special skill, right? You just said that you don't have mages here. That's like a big deal.
Well,
I'm sure there are other people who could want my 2 spells for today.
Yes, but I'm sure I'd have to look up what the equivalent enchanter's rate would be. There is a cough from behind her. Yes? For your information, Director Crest, I believe that the standard rate for an Elysian for a significant Elysian casting would be 4 days credits for something that would last approximately 1 hour.
Can they afford me?
There is a slightly dry-throated swallow. 30 days credits, and we'll call it even, yes?
Is the halfling looking disgustedly at me?
The halfling kind of shrugs one shoulder.
Yeah, go on then.
And then after a thought, holds up 5 fingers. And mouths. And gestures to him. And himself.
Oh, and he's the lawyer, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, make sure you pay your lawyer. 5 for that?
Oh.
Significant deal?
He goes,
5%.
No. You say 5, and he's like, and she, and he winces, but she glances behind us up, and looks at him. You have to check for lawyer. He's perfectly straight-faced. Looks up at her curiously.
Oh, he's asking me. I don't know how anything works.
Oh no! I know you don't know anything works.
Okay,
this
cool.
is just him trying to desperately communicate a custom that you're not familiar with. She goes, "Well, I of course I already pay a retainer, but
Right.
I suppose that was a retrieval of information."
I'm going to message him. You can reply to this. I'm really sorry. I don't know what the fuck you mean. You've got 25 words if you want to explain it.
Ask 5 more for my fee, please.
That's what I said. I thought.
No. You pay me.
Oh. Yes, I would like 5 more so I can pay the lawyer. Literally, I can't tell what you mean other than that.
Okay, I'm going to say...
You're giving me faces. And I don't know what
I'm
it
giving
means.
you faces. This doesn't need an
You've
insight
just said
check.
the exact sentence that I thought I responded to, and I'm confused. I need help.
Sorry. This is me not communicating this well. I'm going to say that it's obvious. Celestia would be able to get the subtext of subtext that the lawyer is trying to communicate. He's doing you a favor under the table.
Okay, can
here.
we roll that back?
Let's roll
Because,
this back
I just
because
don't
you are.
understand.
That's right. This is a across the table. You and me not doing things. So we'll roll back.
I'm just going to message back. We'll assume this happened a little bit before because I think it's gone on for too long.
This has gone on for too long. I'm going to say we'll roll back to the moment whether
you want 5 of my 30. That's what you want.
And he you say you can message this. Ask for 5 more.
35.
Very well. 35.
Lovely.
She, after a moment of just sort of, she calms herself down, smiles and goes, "Well, it is after all going to be excellent, isn't it?"
Yep.
Fantastic. Count the drow out some credits once they've cast the spells. Thank you. So you head up. I guess you could head up to the roof of the
Love
theatre.
how hard I push for these credits that I don't know what to do with.
You head up to the roof of the theatre when you're ready, because you're doing the city.
Yeah, I need somewhere up high. Explain this to her.
Yeah, do you want to tell me, kind of describe how you cast the spell?
I mean, as usual, there's a lot of music. I'm going to say it's a souped-up version of whatever songs they've been playing me. It's an electric guitar-y, especially Mad Maxy type version. And as ever, the rainbow spirit kind of oozes onto the floor and becomes it kind of looks like rainbow glowy paint, like acrylic pouring videos on the social needs, basically. And yeah, it sort of spreads out and covers everything, and as it sort of uncovers, we have streets filled with posters and, big lifelike statues of actors and Mad Maxy motifs. And exciting theatre lighting, but following the rules I've been told to follow. I am actually careful, but I do also take the piss with how flashy it is a little bit, and the music's probably a bit louder than would be okay to have on for a week. But not to the point where it could be considered social disruption. Just annoying if it's near your house.
You are actually given as part of the paperwork strict guidelines as to how loud you're allowed to get without it going into being a public nuisance. Which you're instructed to keep below, and you go just below them.
Yeah, and there are things when someone walks round a corner, the music starts up and a couple of lines from a scene play and a statue turns awkwardly and animatronically round into a pose. There's shit like that trips when you walk past it, which is really fun the first time. And then it's on your route to work for a week.
Oh yeah.
And it's sort of terrible. It's like that. Everything is really pretty. But again, it's gonna be there for 10 days.
You hit a square mile around you with this as well.
Yep.
For her part, full Viola is ecstatic.
I indulge any weird requests she might have.
And she has plenty. The city, the folk of the city are astonished. There's a little... There's even some worry at first, and as people murmuring until people seem to realise that these illusions are both harmless and also very obviously advertising advertising Rose of the Wastes at the Rosewood.
I would specifically like a statue of Fulviola somewhere. As you walk around the corner, it goes action.
Yes.
It's real annoying after the first time.
Oh yes, you put it in.
And then like it goes action, and it goes production directed by Falviolo. Like,
Falviola Crest.
Falviola Crest. That's the one.
Interestingly, you do actually have and yes, Falviola does absolutely insist on some credits. While people are casting, while you're casting this, most people are staring up at the various astonishing magic all around you.
I mean, it's quite big wizard arms, like a conductor of an orchestra, and music swelling up and down as
most people don't notice you because you are one person, like atop a thing, and while the magic is somewhat ostensibly flowing out from you, it's not necessarily as in the things that appear for everyone to see are largely just appearing in place all around. So you do see a small handful of people look up and stare at the weirdo on top of the theatre waving their arms around while strange illusions, music and shit is happening everywhere.
I mean, it's quite a performance how Celestia does it. It's purposely attention seeking.
You notice actually that among one of the figures who looks up, you spot, because you think you've seen them before actually, which is a half-orc woman with a slate grey coat, looking up from below next to a largish dog, a bloodhound. As you finish the piece, there is she's kind of still staring up, and then you feel a strange sort of rumbling under the ground, through the building. Everyone seems to feel it, and you see the orc flick her head down the street in a direction. The bloodhound immediately bounds off that way. She glances back up at you, and then after the dog, and then starts running in that direction.
Oh, is that normal?
Oh no, that appears to be a quake. Why don't we go down into the theatre?
I don't think it was.
Is there any risk of that happening?
Not usually, but
okay, that's all right then. Well, we're going. If that was a quake, I'm sure the defenders will be able to take care of it.
Huh.
Blasted
Do
thing.
they generally have dogs with them?
I think there's one or two that have been known to. One or two of the rangers, I've heard, have dogs that they take out with them. But dogs usually for sort of hunting, that sort of thing.
Fair. No, I was just curious. Not something I'm familiar with.
I do sometimes in forces. I've heard of used dogs for tracking and the like, but no dogs.
So people make quakes happen here.
Oh no, not people. Quakers.
What's that then?
Allow me to explain. She gives you a lurid description that we've already covered of what a quaker is and what sort of dangers it presents.
Oh shit! Huh? Fair enough.
Yes. And just think, beyond the walls in those wild lands of adventure are countless quakers and other terrible creatures.
Terrible beasts.
Beyond our imagining.
Very exciting.
Oh yes, and best enjoyed from the safety of behind the walls. Indeed. Ah yes, she snaps her fingers at her lawyer. Count up the credits. Now, let's have a drink, and if you want to...
I look the lawyer in the eye. Thank you.
The lawyer counts out 35, palms 5... 30... counts out, actually, 2 large what appear to be wooden chips, a selection of 10 smaller wooden chips, and 1 sort of half-sized wooden chip. You see these are basically marked with 10, 10, 5, and 1. And he palms one of the 5 ones, gives you a nod, and hands you the 30 stamped credit chips.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
always good for a good time, those. And indeed, I believe, if I remember correctly from the old stories, you need 30 credits for full citizenship, don't you?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure.
Celestia having not remembered that there was a number at all.
Probably for the best that we're dining on Magnus tonight. Then means you would need to. Unless you just wanted the dailies, you should be able to claim your citizenship. Why? Probably have got enough time before the show.
Oh, amazing.
Right.
An easy work day, wasn't it? Look at us go.
Indeed. But tonight we shall see the fruition of the work come together. And it looks like... I do believe your guide has come back to check on you. So, perhaps we shall no doubt see each other this evening here
at the theatre.
And indeed, Li Shang, having returned to check on you after heard the rumbling, will have a few things to say, as will all of you, and a chance to meet each other in the evening before your offer to go visit the theatre. But that is a tale for next time. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Roll those R's. Pharisees and natural 20s.
Why is it when I meet the rich, she's always such a fucking bitch? The system's rigged, it's plain as day, though they do put on a decent play.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.